Hey, Bob.
Hey, how are you, Nick?
It's Troy.
Another beautiful day in Wyoming, huh?
Yeah.
How's the family?
You talking to Troy?
Oh, Troy?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Hey.
How's Nick?
Well,
How's the family up there?
half of the family's in Wyoming right now.
Well, I hope half the family's in Wyoming.
I mean, my other family,
Oh, your other family?
my Louisiana family.
Oh, hey, now that's cool.
Well, yes and no. It's kind of spur of the moment. They all came for my son's in the state championship football, and they all drove up 30 hours to come watch it. They're
Ooh.
kind of, yeah, exactly. So we got them packed in different places in the ranch.
Aha. So the bunkhouse is not the normal bunkhouse, huh? What time's the game?
How you doing?
Good. What time's the game?
It's noon tomorrow
Noon tamale. Where at?
in Cody.
In Cody. And they go from there to Laramie?
No, it's the state finals tomorrow.
Oh, they're not doing.
No, they're not doing Laramie.
Oh, cool.
The number one seed in the West hosted this year. So that's us.
Aha. So are you going to put on your school colors and down your parka?
I'm going to have everything I own probably on tomorrow in the stands, blankets, gloves.
You don't want to zoom? You're not going to zoom it?
Heck, no, well, no, we got tickets. We got tickets. I might prefer to zoom it.
Well, that'll be exciting. I hope you guys wish you well there on that.
Thanks.
What?
Yeah,
Is your son a senior or junior or
he's a sophomore.
sophomore? Holy moly.
Now, you boys be nice. The other side of that game's on the phone now.
Are you coming?
No, God, no. I'm past that point in my career.
Yeah, I was very careful not to say anything negative. They're both Bronx.
Yeah, you're a good man. No, my son played on the last Jackson championship team back in like 2010. So it's been a while since they've been.
Well, you know,
so good luck.
I don't talk trash until the game's over. Usually, that's my.
Yeah. Well, that's probably the smart way to go.
We'll see.
Yeah, I have a feeling our Bronx are up against a wall because when they played you guys before, you kind of kicked their little butts.
Well, I wasn't sure they were ready for us, but I'm sure they're ready now. I'm sure they've been getting ready.
Well, probably.
Every game's new. Starts from the beginning here in Wyoming.
That's exactly right.
And
it'll be interesting.
We couldn't beat the number 4 seed, Star Valley, so it's hard to know. That's our only loss.
Well, I'm surprised. Go ahead.
Are you supposed to have some good old Wyoming weather with that?
Yeah, I think the high is going to be 28 with wind, could be 50, 40 mile an hour gusts. Don't know how many passes and kicks we're going to have, but a lot of running game, my guess.
Well, it's been cold here, cold and windy. So if it's headed your direction,
yeah,
I'm glad I'm not going.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's going to sit there in the living room and zoom it.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Is Charlie on the phone call?
Good morning, commissioners. How are you?
Morning, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
Morning, Charlie.
Morning, Charlie.
Trying to make sure I've got my volume turned up here so everybody can hear me.
Charlie, I like your new setup. You look more, you look less princely.
Oh, so who do we have on the call? Do we have President Davis, Broussard, Sherry Daigle, we have Dr. Barry. Good morning, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Has Sheriff Glick joined us?
I'm here, Charlie.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Lynan, I believe I saw Randy on as well.
I'm here, Charlie.
Okay, thank you.
Somewhere.
Was that Commissioner Kerr? Are you on the line?
Yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco. Commissioner Dwayne Pacheco.
I am here, Charlie.
Okay, thank you. I see you now. Appreciate it, sir. Commissioner Wildcat.
I'm here. I've just got something wrong with my camera, but I'm here.
Can't hear
Okay.
anybody.
Thank you. We have Senator Driscoll joining us here in the office. Is Representative Walters on the line?
Representative Walters is here.
Oh, there you are. Good morning, sir. We have Dan Schiffer on the line.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning,
How are
Dan.
you?
Doing great, thank you.
Good. We have joining us today Mike Kaler and Rebecca Zish, Senior Assistant Attorney Generals. We also have Randy Koltiska, Wyoming Bread Program Administrator and Licensing. We have Steve Dobby, Senior Accountant. We also have our two agents for the commission, Nick Laramendi, Mike Steinberg, and then we have Lisa Keeler with the commission as well joining. If we don't necessarily acknowledge you, don't be, if you wouldn't mind, shoot an email. You are attending the meeting if you'd like to. You're not required to. We will be reviewing and looking at who is on and today and trying to keep a log on that and keep an accurate tally of that. President Davis, it is 9:03. Would you like to call the meeting to order?
The only question I have, Charlie, before we call it to order, is your voice is not up to snuff. It's pretty muted or it's not really muted, but it's not very clear.
Well, maybe I need to move into the other room with Senator Driscoll.
Charlie,
Join him.
I hear you loud and clear. I hear you, Charlie, loud and clear.
I hear you fine too, Charlie.
As do I.
I hear you fine.
Well, then, no,
You're fine,
Charlie,
Charlie.
you're in good shape.
Bob's losing his hearing.
Huh? All right, I'll call the meeting to order, Charlie, at 9:04.
9:04. Call the meeting to order. We'll do a roll call, a quick roll call here. President Davis.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Broussard.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Glick.
Here.
Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Commissioner Barry.
Here.
Commissioner Lynan.
Here.
Commissioner Kura.
Here.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. Like I already had said, we have Senator Driscoll on the line. We have Representative Walters on the line as well. And we have Dan Schiffer, Governor's Liaison, on the line. And again, I'd already identified Mike Kaler from the Attorney General's office, Rebecca Zish from the Attorney General's office, Brandy Koltiska from our office, Steve Dobby, Nick Laramendi, Mike Steinberg, and Lisa Keeler. I'd like to quickly read our opening statement, commissioners. Again, this is the first time in 13 years we've had to have a Zoom meeting for our annual fall meeting. But thank you for everybody for participating. All meetings of the governing body of the agency are public meetings open to the public at all times, except as otherwise provided in Wyoming Statutes 16.403A. Individuals who wish to address the commission will be recognized and called upon by the president to speak. After the president has recognized you, please clearly state your name, the name of the organization you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, responses flow through the president by addressing the president each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures an orderly flow of discussion for the commissioners. If you do have a cell phone on with you, put it on. That would be helpful for all of us. And just as an update, we do take public comment via either email, telephone calls, or their people are more than welcome to be on this call. Again, welcome to our annual fall meeting of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. Item number 2, the agenda. Commissioners, would you like to adopt the agenda as presented?
Charlie, we still have item B on
Whoops.
item 1. Pledge of
I'm
Allegiance.
sorry. Yes,
Okay.
Pledge of Allegiance. Here is the flag.
All right. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the flag of the United
United
States
States of America,
and to the
and to the
republic
republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty
and
justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Davis.
Okay, at this time, Charlie, item number 2 on the agenda, the adoption.
Yes, item number 2, the agenda. We would need a motion to adopt to adopt in a second.
Mr. President,
Yes, Sherry.
I'd like to move adoption of the agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried, Charlie.
Thank you. Item number 3 is approval of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes. We have the minutes from the September 24th, 2020 special meeting, and we also have the minutes of the October 12th, 2020 special meeting. We would need a motion. It can be doing each one of them singularly, or we can do a more of a globally motion for all of them.
Globaler. Okay.
President Davis,
Yes, Randy.
I'd make a motion to adopt both sets of minutes as presented.
Globally or
second.
individually?
Both as presented.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is that you?
That's Jenny.
Jenny? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried, Charlie.
Thank you. Moving on to general commission business. Item number A is the president's report. President Davis.
Well, you know, it's been pretty busy around here being this social distance, so there hasn't been much going on. Other than the big football game I hear in Cody, Wyoming today. Tomorrow. With that, Charlie, let's go to item B.
Thank you. Item number 4B, financials. Commissioners, in your packet, you see the financial statements on there. And this is up through September. I do have in front of me the October statement that brings us up current, but we would need a motion to approve as submitted.
Are there any questions on the financial statement? Hearing none, Charlie, is there a motion to approve the financial report?
I'll move. This is Troy.
I'll
Roy,
second
thank
that.
you. Was that you, Dick?
Yes, sorry, Bob. Yes, it was me.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Number C, Charlie?
Thank you. Moving on to 4C. This is wagering activity and gameplay reports. Commissioners, the last time you didn't necessarily need Steve to go through it. Steve is available and on the line. If you'd like him to walk through those briefly, it's up to your pleasure, Commissioners.
Are there any questions on the report on the wagering activity?
None from my end.
I have none either.
Okay, I would entertain the motion here.
We don't need one, President Davis.
Oh, come on, Charlie. All right,
If there's no questions on the activity report, we can move on.
hearing no questions, Charlie, we need to move along here.
Item number 4D, we do need to take a little bit of time on this one here. We do have an approval that we have to do, but I'll turn it over to Brandy to go over some of the activities, or actually what I can do first off, if you don't mind, President Davis, is we do have an estimate for our trophies for the Wyoming Breeders' Award Program. In your packet, you do see that estimate. We are still under the RFP with them. This is for we would order these here this fall, and the amount that we would be spending on the trophies does fall in line with the statutory authority that's given to us to spend the interest in that account. The staff would recommend approval. This is within just a matter of a few dollars of the last 2 years of the estimate.
This is Troy. I move to approve the budget for the trophies.
That's the-
I'll second.
That would be the $8,965.
Correct.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Sherry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Those are very nice trophies last year, I'll tell you.
And I know I kind of went a little quick there, but this is part of an RFP that we did 3 years ago. This will be the last round. We'll put it out for bid again. I'll turn it over to Brandy now, President Davis.
Good morning, President Davis and Commissioners. I'm going to go over really quick the accredited Wyoming program totals. Still doing very well with the number of Wyoming breds participating in this program. Since January 1st and October 31st of this year, we've had a total of 148 new mares enroll in the state program, along with right now we have a total of 9 new stallions in the state. Our actual deadline for stallion enrollment from this year is December 1st, so we might get a couple more enrolled between now and December 1st. The deadline is that to enroll new stallions that participated this breeding season, but 9 new stallions is actually quite a good number for that. We have 54 stallions now enrolled in the system, along with 659 broodmares. Just to note that the broodmare inspections are going on currently. So our investigators are out there, and that number will change. They found quite a few suspensions, quite a few that have left the state due to being open and not wanting to participate, but not notifying us. So we're still having a lot of problems with that we'll address later at a later meeting regarding Breeders' Awards, as well as our inspections and the rules. So that will be coming up. It won't be in this meeting, but it's something that we're going to address sooner than later. Does anybody have any questions on the numbers of Wyoming breds?
I have none, Brandy.
Okay, well, hearing none, I'll move over. And like I said, just if anybody ever does, please feel free to call the office and I can explain any of these numbers and how we operate. So really on that note, in the financials, we didn't go over it, but the Breeders' Award program right now is at 2.2 million to distribute for the live races this year. I did have, it looks like I have unaudited records, but I have 226 horses, accredited Wyoming breds that participated in races this year. Last year it was in the hundreds, so to get over the 200 mark, I feel that the program is strong. We're getting more horses, doing exactly what the program was set out to do. So I'm very happy that that's a continued goal. We do have more thoroughbreds running. It was mainly a quarter horse state, but now we have a lot of thoroughbred enrollment. We can see that. It looks like the High Point horse will be a thoroughbred, which is pretty amazing in itself. But the 2.2 million right now, last year we paid 3.2 million. I don't foresee us hitting that goal. We are going to be under. I worked with Steve a little bit to project some numbers, and even if we added 50,000 a week to from the HRs, that would bring us to around 2.7 at the most for the awards. So we will be under this year. In influence, 100% COVID, we believe, after visiting with Steve. Total shutdown. We were totally shut down from March 20th to May 7th. No revenue coming in for that from any of the permittees. And then as well as now, some of them are having to shut down periodically due to COVID positives in their facilities, and for the betterment of the protection of the public. They've shut down until everybody's tested negative to get back to work. So those shutdowns have influenced us, I do believe, on that. ADW money for the Breeders' Awards and for everything is up. Once again, totally driven by COVID, we believe. People going and betting online in this tough time right now. They still want their gambling, so they're still participating in online betting. And we do get 3% of that that's reported to us. So we've actually total wagered from Wyoming residents right now from January 1st to September 30th, 2.7 million in online wagering going out of state. So I thought that was kind of an odd, something that doesn't normally happen, that you guys might just want to be aware of, that number is high, and we are getting more money for that, which just for the purse enhancement that gets provided back to the operators, we're at $62,000. So that is considerably up from years past. I project, like I said, 2.7 million will be the final awards payout. So roughly 275 for owners and breeders per point, and stallions 350 if it hits that projection. So does anybody have any questions on the current Breeders' Awards Fund? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, I'm going to just move on really quickly. The live race meets went very well, and congratulations and a huge thank you to the operators, Wyoming Downs and Wyoming Horse Racing, for being being so diligent and protective of the public and doing such a great job. We're one of only a handful of states that actually got to run live races. It was a challenge. They had to do a lot of things, but we got it done, and I'm very proud of that fact that we got to continue that here in Wyoming, which in turn made our horsemen's licenses and fees go up. We had 951 total number of licenses just from horsemen. The top 5 licensed states, we have Utah had the number 1 as far as licenses at 42% of licensees by state were from Utah, 16% were from Idaho, 13% Wyoming, 8% Colorado, and 3% from Montana. But we had people coming from all over. Nebraska we had a lot of horsemen coming from Nebraska. We had a lot coming from California that came. But we had a lot of South Dakota, that type of states, all of our surrounding states came. A lot of those places, they did not have racing or limited racing, so they decided to come here. So that was actually pretty good and pretty exciting for us to see that. There were 22 states plus Canada represented in our horseman tally. So that's amazing, I believe. So that's really all I had as far as licensing. Like I said, we were up this year, as well as licensing of the skill-based games, bingo, pull tabs, all of that. We're doing all of those as well. Of course, after this year, for the next meeting, I'll have an updated version of all the licenses in total. But I just wanted to let you guys know right now about how good the horsemen by state were and how they represented and brought a lot of money to the state. Any
Very
questions?
good. Are there any questions for Brandy from the commission?
Hearing none, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandy.
President Davis, if I could speak.
I hope you can.
Thank you. Brandy went through a lot of the parimutuel numbers. And with that, I think that it would be appropriate to maybe call on Steve again to go quickly through the skill-based amusement game revenues that have been generated this year. And again, it's quite significant as well, if that would be all right.
I think that'd be very appropriate. See where we are.
Thank you. Steve, if you could please go through quickly the skill-based amusement game revenues, I'd appreciate it. You need to turn your microphone on. You're still muted, Steve. There you go.
Okay. President Davis, commissioners, on the skill-based amusement games, let's see. By operator, I provided a table, but through the, it would be through the 1st of November, the tax revenues that have been generated from the skill-based amusement games through gameplay amounted to $1,641,372 and some change. And then there's a list of the operators' tax revenue that's been generated from each operator. There's also a pie chart in there that breaks it down. I've also listed the cities in alphabetical order, the tax revenues that have been generated in each city and town in Wyoming where the skill-based amusement games are located. And then on the back side of that, there's the top 15 cities and towns for tax revenues been generated. As it stands now, Cheyenne has generated, you know, like I said, to the 1st November, $228,398. Casper comes in second. Rock Springs, Douglas, and Gillette, those would be your top 5. And then the other 10 are listed there as far as the top 15 cities and towns as far as tax generation revenue from the skill-based amusement games. I also listed a table here by county that it gets a little confusing, but there are some establishments that are in counties only. They're not in the municipalities of a city or a town. So that tax revenue gets generated, and that's given to the counties. And so there's a list of the counties where establishments are in those counties only. And it's broken down $149,095 or $149,095.41 was generated from those establishments that are in counties only. And then for the establishments that are in cities and counties, those establishments generated $1,492,276 for that total that I quoted of $1,641,372 and some change. And so I would project by the end of this year that we'll be close to generating very close to $2 million in tax revenue. Now that revenue, when it comes in, anything over $1 million gets dispersed to the cities, the towns. Then of course, I think 45% goes to the school fund, and then the final 10% goes to the gaming commission. So that's how that'll be dispersed at the end of the year. But things are looking really good as far as the tax revenues that are being generated from the gameplay from the skill-based amusement games. Does anybody have any questions as far as the revenues on the skill-based amusement games?
I have one question for you, Steve. You mentioned the schools now. Is that just the school districts that are within the skill-based amusement games distribution? Is that?
I think the way the law is written is I think that goes into the reserve account for the schools. I think it goes into all the schools.
Okay.
That's the way I read that. That's my understanding. But 22.5% will go to the city or town, and then another 22.5% will go to the county. That's how that first 45% is split. Unless that establishment is in the county only, then that whole 45% will go to that county, because obviously it's not located in a city or town, municipality. So that's how it has to be broken up at the end of the year. And I've been keeping track of all the revenues that are generated in each city and town, and have been allocating those weekly from the tax revenues that are generated from the skill-based amusement games. I get weekly lists from the operators on what each terminal produces at each location.
And then the payout is quarterly or just yearly? Back, the payback?
For now, it's semi-annually, just like the historic horse racing is dispersed semi-annually.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Steve from anyone?
I have none.
Thank you, Steve. Very good.
Thank you, President Davis.
Okay, Charlie.
Thank you, President Davis. Item 4E is our new mission and value and vision statements. As you see, commissioners, in your packet, we have the mission statement that we had worked on at the previous meeting, and we have our vision and value statement. At that meeting, we obviously did not make a motion to approve that. We worked on it. This is the opportunity now. If there's any more changes that we need to make, commissioners, please feel free. I know there was some discussion on the values that maybe we had too many buzzwords. But again, we talked about that quite a bit during that last meeting, and I'm very pleased with what we do have here. So we would need a motion at the end of the discussion to approve our mission, vision, and value statements at some point, and a second. So I turn it back to you, President Davis.
But this time, Charlie, before we can have discussion, we need a motion.
Correct, I'm sorry, yes.
President Davis, President Davis,
Yes, Randy.
Commissioner Leiner, I move that we accept the mission, vision, and value statement for the Gaming Commission for the state of Wyoming.
Is there a second?
This is Troy. I'll second it.
Okay, this time, is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. Charlie, do we need a roll call or just a show of hands?
Yeah, we could just do a show of hands or a roll call. It's up to you, sir.
Well, let's do a roll call then.
Okay, thank you. President Davis.
Yay, yay.
Commissioner Glick.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Daigle.
Uh-oh, Sherry.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Leinen.
Aye.
Commissioner Kura.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
Thank you. And Vice President Broussard.
Yes.
Motion carries. Now you see our new mission, vision, and value statements.
With that, Charlie, do we go to number F?
Number F.
Investigators report.
Yes. Nick, would you like to jump in here and kind of quickly go through some of your stats that you provided?
Certainly. President Davis, commissioners, good morning. I'll go through just a few things real quickly. So over the course of the year, agents have now completed 82 OTB inspections statewide. The mayor inspections, I think at the September 24th meeting, we had about 24 mayor inspections done. To date, we have 642 completed. We've got 105 left to do. Those will probably be completed by the next week or week and a half. Agents have also completed physical inspections of 765 of the skill-based terminals statewide, equating to 91.29% of all licensed games. Over the course of the last couple of months, we've effectively closed down 4 illegal bingo machine operations and prevented the opening of another one. We're continue to investigate and check reports of illegal skill games and bingo terminals statewide as well. That's really all I got, unless there's any questions.
Sounds like you haven't been home much.
It's few and far between sometimes.
Are there any questions for Nick at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, question for Nick. Do you feel like you have the appropriate amount of help to investigate and to provide a good your service? Obviously, it's professional and good, but do you feel like you guys have enough manpower to handle that the workload that you have?
I feel like we could definitely offer some better services if we had more people. It's tough to travel. For example, last weekend I did 1,300 miles last weekend over the course of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 1,300 miles and I think just about 40 hours in 3 days. So we're spread pretty thin. I mean, we're managing well though, but I'll never argue with more people.
Thank you, and really want to commend the work that you guys are doing. I know it's a very heavy load. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Charlie brings up a question. Where are we on our budget? budget for additional help?
I've submitted that B11 to the budget division and we're waiting to hear back.
Do we have a time frame for the response?
You know, I do not know at this point. I would expect we'll hear something fairly soon. We're also, you know, on that same note, we are also working with, next week, we have a Zoom call with the Department of Revenue, with the excise tax division and the liquor division to do a 45-minute educational piece with them, so they can identify what is a legal machine, what isn't. Basically, it's if they're stickered, they're legal. If they aren't stickered, they aren't. To go through that with them takes some time. I think we've got blocked off about an hour with those folks next week. We're also working with Post currently to put together a 4-hour webinar, credit hours, 4 hour credit hours, I believe it is. We're working with Tom Sweet at Post and also with Director Walsh at Post to get some of those online webinars. Myself and Mr. Sweet will conduct the webinar and potentially maybe have one of the AGs, our representatives, be on the call as well to help educate our law enforcement in the state. Once that course is completed, we will be, Post is planning on, and we've talked about it, being able to offer that course to be viewed at a later date so it can be downloaded to local law enforcement offices at any time and kind of just get a run through. You know, again, on some of that education notes, I am working with a local vendor here in town on some educational YouTube type videos on what we look for, what we do that can be out there. It's still in its infancy, so we're still working on that, but educating the public on licensing, whether it's bingo, pull tabs, charitable, whatever, that side of our business. And I'm looking forward. I'm kind of planning, hoping we'll have videos available on our website in January, first part of February, potentially. And I don't know if that helped you, President Davis, but that's kind of where we're at on the educational things.
With that, with that, Charlie, is
President Davis? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
go ahead. Who?
This is
Go ahead,
Commissioner
Randy.
Linen. I have a couple questions for Nick.
Go ahead, Randy.
Nick, as it was pointed out by Commissioner Pacheco, we are spread pretty thin. You know, you're traveling a lot, going all over the state. Are you feel that you're protected enough against the virus and everything else like that? Do you see a lot of compliance where you go, I guess is what I'm asking? I mean, if you get sick, we're screwed.
President Davis, Commissioner Lannon. Yeah, I mean, you know, currently right now we're doing a lot of the Wyoming bred and the mare inspections. So we're kind of, you know, out in the country. And the skill game locations, though, a lot of the places that we're going into, we're hitting a lot of those right about opening time for some of the bars. So there's not a lot of patrons. I did go into a couple in, let me look here. I think it was Boulder, Wyoming at about, I don't know, 9:30 or 10 o'clock on Friday night. And I mean, there wasn't a lot of social distancing going on in that bar, but it's a pretty small town. But I feel all right.
Secondly, what I have to ask you, you talked about basically shutting down these electronic bingo games. When you do that, and you actually do that, shut them down, do you notify local law enforcement in case you need backup for any of that?
Yes, we have. Yeah, we work the cases, and then after we get all of our stuff done and notify the entities that were closing down. We also forward that to the local PDs and SOs about the action that was taken, so they're aware of it. And we've utilized local law enforcement as backup on some search warrants and things as well too. So working very closely.
The only reason I bring it up is, I mean, you're out there. Yes, you're a peace officer, sworn in peace officer and everything else like that. But I ask the questions for your safety, basically. So
certainly appreciate it.
Charlie,
that's all I have, President.
Charlie, I have one more question for you. With this education, does that allow us to enter into, for lack of better words, agreements with local sheriff's offices and police organizations to help with this inspection, and or is that possible?
Thank you, President Davis. That's a great question. And yes, we're looking at all types of pieces for us to agencies. I spoke to the Department of Revenue last year, but I've also talked to the Wyoming Livestock Board and utilizing maybe some of their livestock inspectors and brand inspectors for the horse side of the house. So we're in communication with them. We currently do have a MOU with the Wyoming Livestock Board on some other things and deputizing the guys to assist them at any time. So, we are looking at all those, exploring all those. One of the biggest things we have to keep in mind is we are in a financial emergency in the state. This is very serious. We need to look at all things that we can. And again, with next week, with the Department of Revenue, talking to the excise tax people, they have 10 agents scattered across the state in the communities, and in working with those folks and doing some MOUs with them or whatever it takes to get the job done and protect the public. That's what we're looking at.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Charlie or Nick at this time?
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
This is Dwayne, Commissioner Pacheco again. I just wanted to commend Charlie for really taking that education piece and understanding that, branching or reaching out to other entities and jurisdictions is about the only way that they're going to be able to work this thing and help Nick out and the investigators until they do get more help. And I think that's key. And hopefully we can talk to our legislators and let them know how important it is, because the revenues that are coming in are substantial. But as Charlie and I have spoken before, trusting but verifying is the key to compliance and ensuring that the proper revenues are I should say legal gaming is occurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne.
One of the things, President Davis, that you find in the gaming world is public confidence rises, so will the wagering activity. Whether it's with the historic racing, skill games, bingo, pull tab, when people have an understanding that that things are being properly reviewed, they do have a clearer understanding and feel more comfortable. So that's always at a very integrity is at the highest of all this. And also, having, whether it's historic racing, skill games, that also plays into the other gaming interests in the state as well. They want good regulation. We want good regulation. And again, trying to work together with everyone. We're very fortunate to have Commissioner Wildcat on our commission and working with the tribal entities as well. And in the future, trying to, once we're able to get out and about more, do more of that try to develop those that communication. So
Very good, Charlie. With that, should we go down to the human and equine health?
Yes, thank you, President Davis. Item number 4G, human and equine health and safety. We have not had a formal committee put together to deal with equine and human safety at the racetracks. So what I would like to see is commissioners allow me to put together and get our 3 permittees, an individual and the horseman involved, and put together a committee that we can meet periodically, discuss some of the health, safety, and welfare. It could even broaden a little bit into, with the pandemic right now, kind of trying to just, while we follow the health orders and go down that line, I think it is important to keep health and safety out there. I know in the skill game locations and also in the historic racing side of it, those locations are doing a very good job of sterilizing machines, cleaning machines, and doing that and treating their properties. So it's not quite as important with the pandemic on that side of the house, but it could even expand into that as well. But I think primarily I would like to put together a small committee to communicate, discuss, and kind of be that front line for equine and human health and bring suggestions forward to the commission.
What's your time frame of trying to get this together, Charlie?
You know, I think it's always important to respond to these things quickly and put the committee together as soon as possible. I can reach out to Wyoming Downs, Wyoming Horse Racing, and 307 as well, and get their individuals, and then reach out to the horsemen's groups as well. And then if there's anyone else, if Dr. Berry would like to be involved, obviously that would be a good fit. And then we can, again, just periodically with Zoom. It's not a big deal for a small group. We could get together quarterly or as often as necessary, and just discuss safety at the racetracks and safety for the equine athletes.
Commissioners, you have more comment on this?
No.
Well, this one's for Dr. Berry. Can horses catch COVID? I guess not, huh? Dr. Berry refuses to comment on that one.
Well, he's muted right now, sir. There you go.
Am I on now?
Absolutely, sir.
Well, comment is there are coronaviruses present in horses, but not the Chinese origin.
I imagine that's mostly in the quarter horse side, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Charlie, I guess with that, we proceed down to the director's report.
Thank you. What I'll do with with item number 4G, I will go ahead and reach out to the individuals out there, and if anybody wants to as well, reach out to me, and we'll get you on the committee, and we'll start some of that discussion soon. Moving on to 4G, the director's report. I've got quite a few things I'd like to just kind of touch on briefly, but I do have one statement I'd like to just kind of read. This is, you know, lately we're hearing phrases like responsible growth of gaming, legislated intent, protecting the wagering public, and permitting beyond the regulatory structure. All are concerning. When you ignore these things, you do put yourself in jeopardy. As we see things, we may be approaching a point of saturation in the state of Wyoming. But more importantly, it is the tolerance of this activity by our legislature and Wyoming citizens. Everyone wants growth, but we need to do the growth responsibly while respecting all affected parties. Gambling in all regulated jurisdictions is limited in one form or another. While this may fly in the face of the free market system, it is the fact. It is time for us to continue, the commission needs to keep considering a more broader sense and consider what is responsible growth in Wyoming. While we are dictated by our statutes and those authorities given to us by our legislature, we always need to keep in mind that what is the benefit to the state of Wyoming? And we also need to make sure that when these benefits and expansions are coming forward, that we have a detailed and accountable and actionable plans that is benefiting. In Chapter 10, Section 3E, Roman numeral I and also Roman numeral II, both of those discuss in there as our criteria for OTBs and different things, what is the benefit to Wyoming's horse racing industry and the state of Wyoming. I do have several other things I'd like to touch on briefly as well. We did have 2 county elections. Park County failed. Hot Springs County did pass at the November elections there. So I would expect at some point there may be coming with an OTB of some sort, maybe in the Hot Springs area or even live racing. There has been some discussion of that, I know. Like I said earlier, we are in a state of emergency in the financial side of the House with the state of Wyoming, and we need to be aware of that as we move forward. Year, we at our
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen. I have a question on that for Charlie.
Yes, sir.
How many counties have passed the ordinances or laws to allow OTBs in them? How many are out there that aren't actually active or active in the counties? I know Hot Springs you mentioned. How many other counties are there?
I'm gonna have to refresh my memory on that. I believe it's 12, but if Brandy or if one of our staff could get those numbers out to us, we can respond to you quickly on that.
Thank you.
Moving along, the live racing stewards last year at the May 8th meeting, the motion was to relieve the permittees of their commitment to pay for the stewards. That was a motion that was for 2020 only. So this year, the live permittees would be responsible for those stewards reimbursements. Federal legislation, there is the Horse Racing Integrity Act that is out there right now. I did have a meeting yesterday with Senator Barrasso's staff. They were here in the office yesterday discussing it a little bit, and I gave them some of our buzzwords, or excuse me, some of our talking points, the concerns with it. The federal legislation at this point, the concern is twofold. It's the cost, but also it's the implementation. The cost is how much is this federal legislation going to affect either the state or the permittees. And there has not been open dialogue with a lot of the industries on this. Basically what ARCI and a lot of the jurisdictions have come up with, while they're not opposing the bill, they're wanting to see more discussion on the bill and get all the stakeholders. Currently, it is primarily some of the larger racetracks that have been involved, and the smaller racetracks around the United States have not been involved in that messaging. One of the things that Senator Barrasso's office said yesterday is they had contacted Mitch McConnell's office, and they honestly do not feel like this bill is going to move forward at this point. They're not too stressed about it, I guess, at this point, which was kind of surprising because prior to the elections, he was quite vocal that there would have been a vote this week. So it sounds like it's maybe slowed the process down, and maybe it will be sent to a committee for a full discussion. I've already spoke to you about the law enforcement education, kind of following down that vein. We completed this week several of our agents' policies and procedures that are required by post certification. We received certification response from post yesterday on some of our procedures, and we'll continue to work through those and get those sent and take care of that. Another item, we're going through A&I HRD, which is Human Resources Consolidation Program, and doing some changes. So commissioners and staff know that we've got to report our hours in time worked in a little different fashion, but Laura will be reaching out to you commissioners, I think in pretty much the same format that we've done in the past. We did receive an email a few weeks ago about rodeo events and getting going on that. When the rodeo bill was passed, one of the things that the commission had mentioned was that we would wait for the industry to bring forth their ideas and how to wager on the judged events. We have not received anything in that vein yet. We're still waiting on that, but we'll be reaching out to the different entities and see if they have suggestions. I did talk to Tom Jones, the manager of the Central Wyoming Fairgrounds, the other day, and he said at this point in time, he's more focused on just having a rodeo and having a fair and not worrying about anything else at this point because he's still very concerned. And they are starting to see rodeos canceled after the first of the year. Another item that came up this last week, Corporations Committee moved through their committee LSO 21 LSO 0040. It was primarily, the title of the bill was primarily dealing with education. The bill has changed a little bit. They also had the Gaming Commission noted in there. Specifically, it was 1125-105, which is our permitting side, not the education or the requirement side. And in the focus of some of the amendments were to make sure that the commission during the pandemic may, and that is a key word in this, waive some of the requirements of the permittees. I've been in communication with the chairman, with co-chairman Landon on this and providing him some information when he needed it. And while we all know that the commission has been sensitive to allowing for cancellations for weather, for whatever that is, it appears the Corporations Committee is going to have that in legislation now. Again, it's for the pandemic, not just generally. So at least that's the way I read it now. And if anyone wants a copy of that markup, I do have it now. I think that is all I have at this time, President Davis, if there's any questions.
President Davis, I have a follow-up on the information requested by Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Brandy.
Okay, so with that election of Hot Springs going through, we now have 15 counties approved through proper election. That would be Albany, Campbell, Carbon, Fremont, Goshen, Johnson, Laramie, Natrona, Platte, Sheridan, Sweetwater, Teton, Uinta, Weston, and now Hot Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Mr. President, I have a question for Charlie.
Go ahead.
Charlie, just briefly, could you outline what the major costs are in the federal bill
President Davis, Commissioner Barry, you know, that is the problem. The costs are not in there. And that is the concern with the federal bill. States and all jurisdictions, there is that concern. So that in itself is the big major kick we have. It will be in the form of the drug testing. It will be moved over to USADA. We don't know what the costs of those will be in things. And then also, how is that paid back? Is it paid back by the state? Is it paid back by the operators? Currently, the state pays for that. So there's quite a bit of concern on what that cost is going to be. And we do not have any of that at this time. The other piece to the federal bill that is somewhat concerning is the one size fits all for our jurisdictions. And while the medication issues and that is not the problem, it's the fining authority, it's the sanctioning that would be done through the legislation. So we're limited on the amount that we can fine at the stewards level, and how long also are these. And we're also limited on the amount that we can fine at the commission level. So those are the concerns, Dr. Barry.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Charlie at this time?
And President Davis, if anyone would like, we have an analysis that I am more than willing to fire off to anybody on the federal bill. It was done by ARCI. And, you know, while there's some very good things with this, again, it's the devil's in the details kind of a situation.
Charlie, I have a question there. How have the horsemen responded to this federal legislation? Are they very vocal on this at all, the horsemen's groups?
Thank you, President Davis. Yes, starting with the HPBA, they're very much against it, while they're not against, and that's the Horsemen's Benevolent Protection Association. I think I did that right. The National HPBA, they're very concerned with it. And again, they feel like they have not been at the table with this discussion. It's been primarily the larger jurisdictions that have been at the table. So they're concerned. The American Quarter Horse Association is concerned with this. The United States Trotting Association is also concerned. They all acknowledge, President Davis, that we need reform, but they're looking for that voice to be able to be a part of the discussion and be a part of the solution as well. And that's their concerns. With the quarter horse world, part of this is eliminating latex, or at least drastically reducing that in horses. The quarter horses have come out fairly vocal about that. There is a concern with that. And again, I think in the trotting horse world as well, there is concern about eliminating latex. They feel like it's a necessary medication, and there's been a lot of discussion and science on that. That does support those concerns. Our local horsemen, we have forwarded the information. They've been fairly quiet on it, as far as I can tell. It's primarily been being touched on at the national level.
Thank you, Charlie. Are there any other questions? Hearing none, then Charlie, should we proceed to item number 5?
Item number 5, thank you, President Davis, is Chapter 1 and Chapter 8. Both of those chapters have been in public comment for over 45 days. The public comment period ended November 5th. We have received 0 public comments. So it's a fairly simple rule change. It's a rule change that addresses, and in your packet, you'll see the markup version. Again, in your packet, you'll see where we're addressing strictly the digital tattooing that is going on now with the thoroughbred industry. At some point, the quarter horse world may go over that direction as well, but it's strictly just bringing our rules up to date to encompass the digital tattooing. My suggestion, since it's past the public comment, we received no comments. We also received no negative comments during hearings that we've had on these. And again, it is a fairly simple rule change. I would entertain, or I would ask you to entertain a motion to adopt, and we'll move it to the next step.
Is there a
President
motion?
Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen.
Yes, Randy.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen. I move that we adopt the rule changes for Chapter 1 and Chapter 8 and forward those rule changes to the governor for his signature.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Who was that?
Tom.
Tom, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried, Charlie.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item. Chapter 13, skill-based amusement games. As you can see in your packet, we have 5 pages, I believe, of rules for the skill-based amusement games. We did put these out on the table for everyone to look at our last meeting, and we did forward copies to the operators and the interested people in the skill-based amusement game world. We did make a few minor changes to that original copy. On page 1, line 30, the language there to be, if applicable, a copy of the contract or revenue sharing agreement with any skill-based amusement game operator. Also on line 39 and 40, added a comma after business, and then or other location and manner approved by the commission. Turning over to page 3, lines 103 and 105, we changed those to on total number of games played, and then we changed B to total dollar amount of each game played. Those were relatively minor. Also, commissioners, you have in your packet, and the public does as well, you'll see the comments from Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill on the rules. My suggestion would be to go ahead and move these to the formal public comment. One of the things we all understand, we need to do our job and and keep these rules moving. But on the other hand, the reality is, legislative session, there'll be a lot of changes, and so. Knowing, I mean, we need to move the rules. That's my opinion. Knowing that this set of rules may not hit the books at all until we've had an opportunity to look at the amended legislation and everything there. But I think it is appropriate to move it, get it into formal public comment, and again, get it posted, allow again for everybody to chime in and give their comments and do it through the formal process now.
Charlie, do we need a motion to do that or just?
We would need a motion to do that, yes.
President
Okay, is there a
Davis,
motion? Randy?
President Davis, I would move that we adopt the Chapter 13 skill-based rules and move those into the 45-day public comment phase.
Is that the,
Oh.
is it the motion to be just to adopt them and move them forward into the comment period now?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, but we have to adopt them and move them into the formal in order to move them into the formal comment, we have to adopt the rule.
I think that you can just move those strictly into the public comment period without formally adopting those. But I might be wrong. I believe that is correct.
Then I'll amend the motion and say we move them forward into the formal comment period.
Okay, is there a second to move them forward into the comment period?
This is Dick, and I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Dick. All in favor?
Want to have discussion?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Do we need
You
to
wanna
have
have
discussion,
discussion?
President Davis?
No, I don't want to have no discussion.
Okay, sounds good.
Go ahead. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion, Dick?
I'll call
From
for
the
the
public
question.
or otherwise?
Oh, public. I forgot the public was on there. Any?
We
Right.
have Catherine Wilkinson that would like to address you, President Davis.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Catherine Wilkinson representing Cowboy Skill. We wanted to thank the commission and the director for the opportunity to work with them on the rules before they've been formalized, and we look forward to submitting our formalized comments during the public process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Catherine. Is there any more comments from the public at this time? Any more public comment? At this time, Charlie, do we need a roll call or just a show of hands?
That would be up to you. Show of hands would work good.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried, Charlie.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6A, bingo and pull tabs. Commissioners, you do have an analysis that was provided to you. I have summarized it and I'll read this to you. This is regarding bingo and pull tab. Bingo and pull tabs are only conducted by a charitable or nonprofit organization. Bingo and pull tabs conducted and sold only on the premises owned or occupied by a charitable or nonprofit organization. Bingo and pull tabs shall only be conducted by a charitable or nonprofit organization which have been in existence for 3 years. In conducting bingo and pull tab games, the organization shall use only volunteers who are bona fide members of the charitable or nonprofit organization, or employees or contractors who are paid by the organization to assist in the operation. Bingo and pull tabs also tickets are to only be sold in the state. And basically what this comes down to is, considering the above, this office has determined that traditional bingo and pull tabs are the only currently authorized types of games in the state of Wyoming. We are seeing a lot of electronic bingo. We're seeing a lot of electronic pull tab games in the state. We're seeing a lot of those in local liquor establishments and in different places, not in the charitable organizations. And we are seeing some licenses that are coming across to where pull tabs and different things have maybe been, or leasing a space within an establishment, and we have denied those as well. So that basically is all I have for that. I don't have any more. I think we've covered quite a bit with the skill-based amusement games unless there's any discussion. I did want to bring up one thing, President Davis. The TRW committee will be meeting on December 8th. They will be discussing a bill that they have amending the House Enrolled Act, doing primarily technical changes. So that will be coming up for everyone. I think that is all I have at this time.
Do we need any, is there any actions that we need to be taken at this time, Charlie?
I believe no, sir.
Okay. With that, shall we go to Calcutta wagering, item B?
I'm sorry, I had skipped over that. I apologize. I have nothing for Calcutta wagering at this point in time.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
this is Dwayne.
Hello.
The question is for the director. Back to the bingo, you said something about 3 years. Can you clarify that, please?
Yes, and I may need to get with Mr. Laramendi to clarify that exactly, but a charitable organization needs to be in existence for 3 years to offer bingo. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Shall we move on, President Davis?
Yeah, Charlie, if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
I was having a little technical glitches.
Were you having?
I can see you, but I can't really hear you. So I don't
Can you
know
hear me
if I'm
now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Charlie.
You can hear me? Well, we have the ghost of, we have the Zoom ghost. What I may suggest you, President Davis, if you can hear me, is log off and come back in. Nick, do you want to log him off maybe? Can you hear me now, Bob?
I can hear you, Charlie, but it says your network bandwidth is low.
Huh.
So I guess I will
President-
log out. Maybe it's
President Davis, that's a connection issue for you.
For me?
Yep, if you can log off and log back in, that might remedy it.
Okay, I'm gonna check out right now.
Is anyone else having a problem hearing me? Thank you, Jenny. Yeah. Yeah, there's Bob. President Davis, can you hear me now? You're still muted. You're unmuted now.
Yes, you look really better. It's coming back, I'll tell you. Okay, now where were we? We were on Calcutta wagering.
We're done. I think we're ready to move on if you'd like to, or if at any point, if you need to take a break, whatever you'd like to do, or we can move.
So we're done with item 6, getting ready to go to 7.
Yes, sir.
Well, then I would suggest that we take a break or a pause for the cause.
It is 10:19. You want to take a 5-minute break?
At least.
At least.
10-minute break?
Yeah,
10
Tim,
minutes sounds good.
So we're
come
gonna
back.
be back at 10:30,
Okay, sounds good, Charlie.
okay?
Your eyes were no longer blue. Did you get a donut, Charlie?
No, sir.
I told Brandy that she's supposed to have donuts in the office.
As you know, I don't eat a lot during the day. Now I eat I eat then at night.
All right. Well, I got a little donut here, so.
Well, President Davis, it is 10:30. Shall we start back up here?
Yes, Charlie. Do we need to do a roll call or just a show of hands?
Yes. Let me find my sheet here, and I would like to, yes.
Okay.
Let's do a roll call and call the meeting back to order. It's 10:30. President Davis.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Broussard.
He's off to Cody for the game.
Broussard, are you back on the line? Commissioner Glick. Commissioner Glick.
This is a bad sign, Charlie. We may not have a quorum.
He's there. I can see him. He's there. Commissioner Daigle.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry, I see him. Yes.
Here.
Commissioner Lynan.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Kura.
I'm here.
Thank you. Pacheco.
I'm here.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. All the
Charlie.
are on.
Charlie.
Yes, sir.
This is Danny. I raised my hand. I'm sorry. Maybe I should adjust my Oh, I don't have a camera.
I can't believe you don't have a camera, you know?
Kind of like that TV series, The Voice.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Well, President Davis, shall we move on?
Yes, Charlie. Let's go on to item number 7, Wyoming Downs LLC.
Thank you. Item number 7A, and this is a request that we've had from Wyoming Downs to offer the Ainsworth Game Technology Historic Racing System. As just an FYI, legal counsel has not had an opportunity to review the request at this point. I have reviewed it extensively. But today, at the last meeting, we did have folks from Ainsworth at the meeting to demo the machine. And then today we have Mr. Dorsey, I believe, to speak to us a little bit and answer any questions. We may have somebody else, I'm not sure, from Ainsworth that would like to speak as well. We just kind of go over a review, just a brief kind of if there's any questions. Commissioners, in your packet, you do have the confidential information regarding the Ainsworth gaming system. I think maybe at this time, if Mr. Dorsey is fine with this, I might suggest we either a motion to discuss President Davis first and then get it in that, whatever you'd like to do, folks.
I would be looking for a motion for discussion here.
This is Tom. I so move.
Thank you, Tom. Is there a second?
This is Dick, and I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you, Dick. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we can go on with discussion right now, Charlie.
Thank you. I would ask Mr. Dorsey if you would like to just present the system and jump in, sir.
Oh, good. Thank you, President Davis, Commission members, Executive Director Moore, and Commission staff. Just real briefly for the record, my name is Darren Dorsey, and I'm the Senior Vice President, General Counsel, and Group Compliance Officer at Ainsworth Game Technology. Also, I know in this unique format, but we have David Waters, who's our VP of Global Technologies at Ainsworth, along with Neil Tomlinson and Kristen Lee from Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, who's our Wyoming counsel. So just real briefly, I want to give you a background of the company itself, and then hand it over to Dave if there are any technical questions or to give you a high-level overview of how our historical horse racing system works. Just real briefly, by way of background, Ainsworth is a global manufacturer and supplier of gaming products, and with our public parent companies headquartered in Sydney, Australia. For about the last decade, we've focused our efforts to grow here in the Americas, meaning Latin America and North America specifically. And we do most of those and manage most of those efforts from our about 300,000 square foot facility here in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is where I'm at today. And as part of that growth, we've operated in all the commercial, tribal, and gaming markets in North America. And that growth is what led us to our development of a historical horse racing system alongside friends at Churchill Downs over the past few years. And the existing system is approved and authorized in some of the other historical horse racing markets in the US, and that includes Kentucky and Virginia, and is the reason we're here today. If some of you guys will recall, we were present in September 24th there in Casper at the Ramkota. And I know that there were quite a few folks that received some product demonstrations and some information about our HHR product. And just for background, those are submitted and certified against the Wyoming standards and requirements via Gaming Laboratories International, GLI. And currently they are, those products in the system are desired by our colleagues over at Wyoming Downs. So we really do look forward to the opportunity to be there so we can support Wyoming's racing industry and be part of the emerging historical horse racing marketplace there for many years to come. But that's just sort of a high-level overview of what Ainsworth Game Technology is as a company. And with that, I would just like to introduce Dave Waters, who is our Vice President of Global Technologies and really the creative brain behind our HHR platform, for sort of a high-level overview of the system. And we're certainly going to be here to answer any questions you may have. So with that, Executive Director Moore, I'd like to hand it over to Dave Waters.
President Davis, would you like us to move on?
Yes, go ahead.
President Davis, Director Moore, Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to speak today. As Darren mentioned, I'm the VP of Global Technologies for Ainsworth Game Technology. And I'd like to just give a quick overview of the Ainsworth historical horse racing system, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions in regards to the technical aspects of our pari-mutuel system. Our historical horse racing terminals are pari-mutuel wagering terminals that display the outcome of historical horse races in an entertaining manner. It's a pari-mutuel system with pools that have been using certified historical horse racing data that's under license from United Tote Brisnet. It has 3 different methods of handicapping. The standard method would be an auto handicap, and then we also allow manual handicapping, and then we have an auto pick handicapping. In each one of those methods, they are in auto, for example, the player is getting post-time odds for their predictions of order of finish, which are then compared to the official order of finish to determine any wins. In a manual handicap, the player can discard the post-time odds and pick their own horses in the order that they'd like. And then the auto pick handicapping. If a player is in the manual handicapping function and decides that they don't want to complete that, they can choose the auto pick, which will then go back and give them the post-time odds picks for their selections. The system provides daily financial and pool reports. It has manual handicapping activity reports, and it also has your seed pool threshold alerts. They're all available that are generated automatically from the system. There are several settings that the operator can select from, including a handicap timer, so that they can allow more or less time for handicapping as they see fit. And they have handicap win lockup limits. So if people are manually handicapping and they have a big win, then they can operator can choose to lock the terminal at that point, congratulate them on their win, and then go interact with the patron. The system is SAS 602 compliant, so it talks to all the vouchering systems that are typically used throughout the gaming industry. The historical race results are shown on the screen and available at any time for the player to see what the horse races were, along with dates, times, or dates, race numbers, tracks, all of that information for each of the races. There are extensive help screens that allow the player to understand the rules and how they play the game. It allows them to do manual handicapping, to review the handicapping data that's available. There's an extensive amount of handicapping data that's available, and that's chosen, that is displayed to the patron if they're in the manual handicapping, and they can then use that information to try to make their best picks for their best results. The system takes a bet option, and it places two simultaneous wagers into wagering pools. Each wagering pool has a wager, and it has a set of 5 races that are grouped together, and their success on handicapping those 5 races in each one of the wager groups will determine their success. And again, the system has a seed pool that is used as a seed for the entire facility, and there are reports, extensive reports on those pools that are available at any time. So in general, that's what the system overview is, and I'll be glad to entertain any questions that you have. And again, I thank you very much, President Davis, Director Moore, Commissioners.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission at this time?
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Randy.
I'd like to ask the question because I haven't seen the game itself. I wasn't in Casper at the Ramcoda. In the report that I have here in my packet and going through it, one of the requirements in Wyoming is that a visual display of the finish of the race is displayed to the patron, and I don't see that in the printed copies. Is there a visual display? You know, some of them are an animation that we have with some of the games that we have, but some of them are also live. Would you describe what visual display that you have of the game finish? Because this has been an issue in the past with the games.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we display in an animation the race, all the races in, as they're played. So when a player presses play, again, there's 2 groups of 5 races. So it's a total of 10 races that are run with each play. And on our system, we display in animated form on the screen all 10 races run simultaneously. And then there's also the identifier of the track and the date of the race, as well as the race number for each one of those races.
Is that incorporated into the terminal then? Is it right
Yes.
on the face of the terminal? Is it
Yes,
easily
sir.
visible? I guess is what my...
Yes, sir.
Davis, if I could follow up.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you, President Davis. Lynan, if you look on page 25 of your packet, on the top slide there, you will see the slide that shows the finish. It is just the finish of the race over an opaque Mustang graphics is what it is. It's on.
My apologies. My apologies. The big yellow horse kind of obscured that for me. So.
Yes, and it's also on the terminals. It's on a third screen. I believe it would be a third screen that is up about at the top of the terminal, and I can send those photos to you. And at some point we can do a video replay, a video of gameplay, so you can see that, Commissioner Lynan.
Thank you.
President Davis, I've got a question of our guests here. In what jurisdictions are you currently operating?
Kentucky, and we're approved in Virginia, but those machines are, I believe, they are installed, but because of some of the COVID closures and things of that nature over the last 60 days, I would have to know whether they are live and operational, but we're approved and authorized in both Kentucky and Virginia as we stand here today.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Lynan again, or President Davis, Commissioner Lynan again.
Go
Charlie,
ahead.
did you say at the beginning that our legal representatives have not had a chance to review these?
President Davis, Commissioner Lynan, that is correct. And what we would be seeking today is if this is to your liking, move it to and have legal counsel review it. It would be the next step.
Do we need that in a form of a motion, Charlie?
It can be.
Okay, because right now we have a motion on the floor to discuss.
Correct.
Is there any more discussion?
President Davis.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Thank you. A question for Charlie. If we, I guess it's a question of clarity. If we approve this today, we're just approving it to have legal review, and then it will have to come back to us again for final approval? Or are we approving it upon legal review?
That would be approval. President Davis, Commissioner Daigle, it would be approval subject to, well, excuse me. It would come back to us for final approval.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions at this time?
President Davis, a real quick question. And this is for, I guess, Charlie too. Is that always the process? If we get a new system in like this, does the commission look at it and does it always go to legal counsel before it comes back?
President Davis, Commissioner Wildcat, yes, on games like this. Now, approved gaming systems, that goes a different direction. They are reviewing those as well, but when we have a new system, we do want to obviously have legal counsel review that as well.
Thank you.
So then I guess what we're looking for right now would be a motion to send to legal counsel or the AG for their opinion.
And President Davis, and maybe at this point it would be, appropriate to ask, Mr. Kaler or Ms. Zisch if we do need to have a formal motion, or we can just push it that way. Either way works for me.
Mr. President, Commissioners, this is Mike. Yeah, we haven't been asked to review these ones, but if you would like us to, we're more than happy to review these games. I know that in the past, certain information has been given. by Ainsworth, and there have been some kind of informal presentations or displays. But if you would like us to look at these, then we're more than happy to, and we can come back. I don't believe that a formal motion is required. Just kind of that informal direction for us to take a look at these, and we will. And as soon as we get that, we can probably have it on the next meeting as an agenda item, I imagine.
Okay, with that, Charlie, with the commission's permission, we would look for the AG's opinion on this.
Yes, I will have the our legal counsel review the games and bring that back as quickly as possible.
And I'd like to thank Ainsworth for their presentation. Do they have any questions for us?
No, thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I realize we've spoken with the executive director on a number of occasions and trying to work through this process, and we appreciate his professionalism and that of the staff. And hopefully we can get any of the necessary follow-up legal review and get this back quickly, whether in a administrative or quick approval fashion, because I know our friends at Wyoming Downs are wanting to get that in the near future. So we look forward to working with you and supporting the Wyoming industry.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mike, it's on your platter now.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. President, Commissioners, we will go ahead and review, and we'll get those done as quickly as it allows.
So you'll have a good working turkey day, huh?
We will.
All right, Charlie, with that, item 7, number B.
Thank you, President Davis. Item 7B, a request which was received October 23rd, 2020 from Wyoming Downs is requesting a new location at 1345 Delrange Boulevard in Cheyenne, Wyoming. That location is the previous, oh geez, I've been in there hundreds of times and I just drew a blank.
Pier 1.
Ports building, excuse me. The new facility will offer a snack bar, 133 historical horse racing terminals, and simulcasting wagering. Staff report, Wyoming Downs is currently permitted to offer live racing and simulcasting of parimutuel events in Wyoming for 2020 and 2021, to include simulcasting historic racing at satellite locations across the state. Wyoming Downs is currently in good standing with the Gaming Commission and holds the county and city approvals for the requested location. On 10/20/20, Wyoming Downs sought approval from the Laramie County Commission. The approval was unanimous decision, and staff recommends, subject to receiving the completed copy of that resolution from Laramie County approval. In your packets, in your next page of your packet, you do see the article which was in the newspaper talking about the approval at the meeting. Again, we'll have to get the finalized document. You also have our review where we went through all of the pieces. They have their $100,000 bond in place. They provided a feasibility study, security measures, totalizer equipment was identified. Description of the management groups was also provided. Operators' integrity, the credibility, again, their financials. Wyoming Downs does demonstrate the experience and adequate knowledge. They also, all designated areas are in such a way as to control access to the general public, and the terminals shall use cash or cash vouchers. On 10/26/2020, Special Agent Steinberg spoke with the Cheyenne Police Department, and they have no issues or concerns. In your packets, you'll see the letter from Wyoming Downs requesting it. On the next page, you'll see their feasibility study, and then you have your floor plans with locations of terminals. On the next page, you see all the security cameras, and then you have the proposed site overview from Google Earth, and then also an outside photo of the location. And that's all.
At this time, we need a motion before discussion, Charlie, or?
Yes, you need a motion to approve.
Is there a motion to approve?
This is
Mr.
Tom.
Davis?
I move we approve the site.
This is Jenny and I second it.
They moved by Dick,
didn't
or
get the,
Commissioner Barry, and seconded by. Any discussion? Did I hear some in there? Danny, did you have a question?
No, Mr. President, I thought somebody was addressing me.
Okay,
I have a question, Mr. President.
go ahead.
Representative Walters asking a question. Director Moore, I read they'll have a snack bar. No alcohol will be served at this location. Is that what I am interpreting?
President Davis, Representative Walters, I believe that is correct. Can someone from Wyoming Downs please verify that?
President Davis, commissioners and Director Moore, at this time, this is Eric Nelson with Wyoming Downs. We are not going to serve alcohol. In the future, we'll review it, but presently it's a non-alcohol facility.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or discussion?
President Davis, Commissioner Leinen, this is for Mr. Nelson. I'm going to assume that you are going to have employees who are going to check the ages of the patrons who come in so that we don't have minors playing these games.
President Davis, Commissioner Randy, that is correct. We have security at this facility. Actually, will have a kind of a grandstand, I call it, where the security guards will actually sit high. So they have a pretty good view of the whole facility, and that'll be right towards the main entrance of the facility.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Eric at this time? Hearing no other discussion. Charlie, do we need a roll call vote for this?
What we would, thank you, President Davis. What we would need would be a friendly amendment to this motion, and that would be to include in the language, this is subject to final commission staff inspections. And that is consistent with all of our other approvals on these locations.
Would that be okay with you? Geez, who made that motion? Tom?
Yes, it's fine with me.
Okay.
President Davis, this is Brandy. What about the resolution from Laramie County that was in the staff recommendation?
President Davis, I didn't hear what.
Randy is concerned with the resolution from the Larimer County Commissioners. Is that what you're referencing, Randy?
Yes, in the recommendation from staff, it stated a completed copy of the resolution from Laramie County.
President Davis.
Go ahead.
This is Rick Cook with Wyoming Downs.
Hi, Rick.
Charlie, that signed resolution is in your inbox as of about an hour ago.
Well, that is correct. Thank you.
That clears that up a little bit.
President Davis, call the question as amended.
Okay, there's been a call for the question. Charlie, you want a roll call vote?
Yes, please. Vice President Broussard.
Sorry, could you reread the motion for me?
Yes, the motion is to approve the request submitted by Wyoming Downs for the new location at 1345 Del Range Boulevard in Cheyenne, subject to receiving, we have the resolution. It would be subject to a friendly amendment that was made by, or approved by Dr. Berry, to have staff make their final inspection of the location.
Okay, I vote aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Glick.
Aye.
Commissioner Daigle.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Berry.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Leinen.
Aye.
Commissioner Kura.
Aye.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Aye.
Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
President Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
With that, Charlie, shall we proceed with item C?
That is you all's pleasure. We can sure do that. Wyoming Downs LLC, item number 7C, a request received on August 11th, 2020. Wyoming Downs is requesting approval to open 5 smaller OTB site locations in Natrona County. They are self-service locations. Live simulcasting via electronic devices will be offered. No more than 4 HR terminals per location. They will not be commingling with the other locations. This will be in their own pool. So therefore, the parimutuel pools will be smaller. We do have no additional cost associated with this from the TRPB, our auditing. The original request, this is our staff report, the original request was suggested as a test market proposal consisting of only 1 or 2 locations in Natrona County. The request today is for 5 locations, which would be self-service locations. Wyoming Downs is permitted to offer live racing simulcasting of parimutuel events in 2020 and 21 to include simulcasting of historic racing at satellite locations across the state. Wyoming Downs currently is in good standing with the Gaming Commission and holds the county and city approvals required for this activity. Additionally, the permittee has received county approval to offer wagering in smaller venues from Natrona County Commission. Wyoming Downs has submitted all the required documentation necessary, and all of the submitted information is accurate and provides a detailed plan. The request is for a self-service location, and no Wyoming Downs employee will be attending the customers. This would be a first-time authorization of this type in any location. One thing to note on this, the 5 locations are Taylor's Bar, Troopers Bingo, the Fort Restaurant and Bar, and the Hangar. Of these areas, the Fort Restaurant and Bar does not meet our rules and regulations for handicapped accessibility. So therefore, it would be recommended at this point to not approve that location. Again, as you can see from our submissions, they did provide the feasibility, detailed description of the enclosed enclosures, security measures, totalizer equipment, description of management groups responsible, county approvals, the general benefit to the state, general benefit to the Wyoming horse industry, operators' integrity, credibility, financial. They do have a $100,000 bond that is in place. They demonstrate the experience and adequate knowledge. All designated areas are established in such a way as to prevent any underage. There was a concern, or is a concern, with Troopers Bingo. While they do have that location as age restricted to 18, when I had gone over there and interviewed, they do allow children in the location, but on a very limited basis, and they would have to work on their designated area to keep kids out. Again, speaking with Troopers Bingo, they really don't have an issue with making it completely no one under 18 allowed in the location. If you look at your packets, you will see that Special Agent Steinberg has been at all these locations. He's been at most of these locations multiple times. From the narratives, you can see they've contacted local police department in each one of the jurisdictions around, and have had no issues or concerns with Wyoming Downs. And then on 10/22/20, I spent quite a bit of time with Mr. Cook and Mr. Nelson discussing through this. And, you know, while I think that the plan is very detailed, what we are getting to is this is basically what they call route gambling, and where you have one operator or one individual that handles the function of multiple locations. So, and the concern that I have is with historic racing terminals, if there's a malfunction of a terminal, those terminals can end up being strictly an illegal gambling device. And without having an employee there to immediately turn off the device when they have a malfunctioning problem, that is a concern for this office. Mr. Cook and Mr. Nelson did take quite a lot of time and go through their plan. Part of their plan is if they have a jackpot, the people would be sent to one of the OTB locations where there would be an office, and they would deal with the caching situation. They will have a caching machine on site. They will set the parameters of that machine to where it's got a max payout on the machine of $2,900. That's the cash out machine. They will also set their machine, their caching device, to a low threshold as far as bill breaking, to avoid any situation with money laundering issues. And they will have a call center set up to deal with accessing the FastBet mobile application. And then they will have the computers set up to where the races are viewed on the TVs in the locations. Again, like I said, it is a route operator type of a situation. We have never done that in the past. Our OTB sites have all been manned locations and larger venues. I would stand for any questions at this point, President Davis.
Mr. President, this is Danny.
Go ahead, Danny.
Mr. President, throughout this document that I'm looking at, I see at about 3/4 of the way down the back of the second page, there's a wording that starts out, route gambling is typically at a higher cost. And one of the questions asked is underage locations a concern? Then if you go on to the back of page 3, it continues to address the idea of underage, the potential for underage persons to be able to access these machines. And I don't see where it is ever really addressed that this won't happen, and how will they combat that potential. And I would be really concerned about that, if the question can't be directly answered on how they're going to combat that. Thank you.
Would Mr. Cook or Eric like to address that concern?
President Davis, can you hear me? This is Eric Nelson.
Go ahead, Eric.
Yes, thank you. President Davis, Commissioners, Director Moore, Randy, and the facilities themselves are all bars that we're basically going into. And in these areas, of course, they're marked off with, 21 or over actually for our facilities. So the bars themselves are licensed facilities that they do not allow children into the facilities. The majority of them, if they do, they have marked it clearly that this is a 21 or over. It's very similar to the skill-based games. The skill-based games are all route operators. They don't have employees at the facilities. Now, if it's the liking of the commission itself, all the facilities have agreed to license their individuals if that needs to happen. We have found in the past that's not necessary in different route operations that we've been involved with throughout the country. And so I'm very excited. The county is very excited to see it. They went into great detail on the age of individuals, the participation of the bars, and they feel this is a very good solution because our reporting system really is second to none. It has daily reports. There is no honor system. Every penny is accounted for. And we'll also have security cameras that Wyoming Downs and the commission can view the facilities at any time. Does that answer the question adequately?
Commissioner Glick?
I'm more comfortable with it now. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there other?
President Davis?
Go ahead,
Commissioner
Randy.
Leinen?
Go ahead.
The handicap accessible for the Fort restaurant and bar, has that issue been addressed? Because if it isn't, that flies in the face of basically, I believe, state law as far as we're concerned and our rules.
President Davis, commissioners, we have talked with the folks and they have assured us that they would be in compliance wherever our terminals are. And so we do depend on the state and the local facilities. They are licensed bar restaurant facility. And so they said whatever is necessary to make that in compliance. For instance, my understanding is if we offer the game, and we may have to have Charlie's approval on this, that is accessible to handicap, that we do it in a position that we can have it in one location can have it where it's not handicap accessible, but we offer it for handicap in another area that would allow it, or we would readapt the facility itself to be in compliance with not only this commission, but the local and state departments.
President Davis, Commissioner Leinen, if you look at the Fort Restaurant Bar detailed drawing that you have in your packet, you can see on the in the bar area, and again, I think yesterday, Special Agent Steinberg went down there again, and you have to step down 2 or 3 steps to get into that area. So it is not handicapped accessible. And our rules and regulations require handicapped accessible.
President Davis, Director Moore, in addressing that part of it, there is a plan where you can actually have a small, what they call elevator lift for handicapped folks. And so that was one of the ideas that we adapted to. But any approval at the fort will be subject to Director Moore and his individuals to approve of it, that we're in compliance with the handicap. I would ask that we consider approving the location subject to the final sign off on handicap accessibility by Director Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Are there other comments?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
So in reading the report as well, I'm seeing more issues with minors and having control. The last paragraph specifically talks about them being on a smart device and having the ability to wager and not being able to control that. I'd like to hear something. How are we going to control that?
President Davis, Director Moore, the FastBet technology has worked very well, of course, at the racetrack for the last 5 years. The technology requires us to allow the smartphone device to be signed in with a special code that is assigned to that adult individual. So we won't sign anyone up unless they have, we check their ID, their identification. We actually document their identification and their betting habits, where they're located, social security numbers. So it's very well regulated and a very safe and secure facility.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Randy.
Mr. Nelson, without these being manned by your personnel, who is going to do that checking and who is going to make sure that person is 21?
Very good question. President Davis, commissioners, and Director Moore again. The bar themselves, they're under a policy, of course, with their liquor license to police the alcohol. They have a certain responsibility to watch the games and their clientele, along with our cameras and our security. If we ever found a situation that was being violated, we would close the facility as far as our equipment would go and move on. So we don't find it to be too overly concerning on our side to police that. And in the event that that really becomes the concern of the commission, then we'll require the facilities themselves to license the employees under Wyoming Downs to be licensed for pari-mutuel wagering.
So who would be in charge of doing the signing in, Eric?
You can actually do it through the mobile device itself. For instance, Andy is our tech for FastBet Mobile, and he signs everybody up. He goes through the paperwork, checks them on the facility on the FastBet, loads their account with the appropriate money that can be transferred to the call center, or we can even have a weekly round with our route operators that sign up new potential clients for FastBet. Then the route operator, one thing nice for security purposes, since we're talking security, is this is a cashless system. So it's great. You go into the facility, you put your money in the terminal, you get your winning ticket, and then you're cashed out at our NRT ATM. This is much safer than a situation where jackpots are being paid by bartenders or the bar owner. So we're under full control of not only from the fast, but everything that's played. And of course, we have daily reports that Charlie can check on daily. So every penny is counted. Everything is well secured, our facility. So we wouldn't enter into a facility that we felt that we were going to have any gaming under 18, let alone 21, because our goal is to have clubs of 21 or older.
So if I heard you right, Eric, you're basically saying they have to be pre-authorized to get one of these betting devices there, one of the
yes, President Davis, and answer the question. Just like at the racetrack, you have to sign in, show ID, and then you have accessibility to the betting wagering site for the simulcasting. This is very true with many facilities and online gaming where technology is the future's here. It's held on your phone itself. We'll also have tablets where they sign in, and then they sign in with their special account number that gives them access to it if they don't have their cell phone for any reason. But it's a very safe and secure operation, as secure as any banking operations you would have.
So at the site then, Eric, still the question is who offers the signing? I realize that they're pre-authorized from what you're saying by having it in advance, but who is there to actually hand out the device? Who's authorized to do that?
Well, the device itself is your cell phone, and then Andy signs up all the when an application comes in, he signs them up. It may take 24 hours to verify all the information, but our employee signs up the individuals that go on FastBet.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, if you're authorized, you can walk into one of these mini OTBs and just go to betting off your device. Is that correct? Because of the—
That's correct. And President Davis, one of the goals for the Parimutuel Commission and Charlie, Director Moore, years ago has said, let's keep horse racing, in this the HR facilities. Well, this really does. Our handle back in 1998, when I originally purchased Wyoming Downs, we had a handle of approximately $10 million. Today, that handle has slipped to about $3.5 million. And the reason why that has happened, part of it is because there's advanced deposit wagering sites that wager in Wyoming currently. They could be at any bar, they can be at any OTB throughout the state and even outside the state and wager in Wyoming. And so this system is already being played, and of course it's the same system that we have tested for several years, of course up to 5 years at the racetrack itself.
Is this where Brandy was commenting on the funds received through the ADW?
Yeah, and so our handle today, like I said, between Mr. Joyce and myself, is about $3 to $3.5 million. Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong. And a lot of that is because our people are still our clients are in Wyoming, and we're not offering the ADW. At some point, I would like to offer the FastBet with no geofencing at all at these facilities. And then we could offer what our competition does from outside the state. And there's a big difference in there. We receive approximately 10% of a wager. If it goes through a different ADW, we're lucky to see a few pennies on the dollar on that wager.
Thank you, Eric.
President Davis.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen again. Okay, I'll be quite frank about this. I'm not in favor of these, mainly because not even the ADWs or the FastBet operation. I'm more concerned about no personnel located here. Some of you are on the commission and weren't around when we had people who were coming in from out of state, sitting in these locations at the HHR terminals and working with an accomplice with a cell phone right next to them and basically gaming the system. At that time, the operators increased their security and everything else like that to not allow that to happen and to observe that. I just don't have a real good feeling that these bar people are going to be able to or want to do that. And correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, but without a person there to watch what's going on, there's a great possibility for fraud or malfeasance.
President Davis, Commissioner Leinen, yes. Now, on the other hand, as I'd said, is they are not going to be commingling with the larger locations. So therefore, the jackpots will be minimal. The jackpots cannot be controlled because it is a parimutuel system, and it's determined by the amount of wagers that are placed. Also, Wyoming Downs has put in asked to submit games that would be well below, it would be a minimal dollar amount of wagering, and maybe Mr. Nelson or Mr. Cook can address that. But yes, that is a concern and has been a concern of mine with these.
President Davis,
President,
I got a couple questions. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I'll ask after you finish.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, I just had a couple questions in regard to the Fastbet Mobile, as I'm still fairly new here. Is the Fastbet Mobile geofenced to each particular location? And as it is a mobile gaming platform, did we approve those previously? Approve that platform before I came on?
President Davis. President Dave, this is Eric Nelson again with Wyoming Downs, if I could address that. Yes, we currently are licensed as an ADW provider. In fact, back in 2004, I took wagers around the world in Wyoming under my Wyoming Downs license with PonyUpBet.com. And so the technology is well proven. Almost all states have ADW participation in there. And I want to stress that safety is our #1 issue in underage gaming. Back to the concerns of fraud and different things, we have the capability to turn the machines off. And the machines do. If someone interrupts the machine, they automatically are turned off. And then, of course, Andy has notified the route operator, and he would go out immediately and fix the machine and turn it back on. So there's a lot of safeguards in there in these facilities, and I can assure you these games are 10 times more secure than the skill-based games. They too do not have employees at those facilities there, and they're given the luxury to operate on an honor system where every dollar of ours or every red cent is counted. So we have taken the security measures in there. For instance, to the effect that we don't live up to our standard, then we would have to close these facilities that cannot reach that plateau. With that being said, I find these bar owners very responsible. They understand they have a high threshold or they will lose those terminals there. They have all agreed that they would be licensed through the Parimutuel Commission. So I think the safeguards are all in place, and we can watch this over a 30-day period. I think you'd be surprisingly happy, and the counties and the bars would be thrilled to see these terminals in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Davis, Commissioner Kura, I got a question for Charlie.
Go ahead, Dick.
Charlie, in your report that we have, it stated that these mini sites have never been contemplated by the legislature. Is that are we able to act on one of these without the legislature having approved these or put these into writing by a law?
President Davis, Commissioner Kerr, when simulcasting was originally developed, and then our rules and regulations have grown from that point, I think there wasn't any contemplation. I mean, at the original onset, simulcasting, we never thought that we would have historic horse racing back in those days as well. And I think somewhat, yes, that is correct. It hasn't been really contemplated. However, our rules and our regulations address just basically a simulcast. Whether it's a large one or a small one, there's no designation. And, the fear, of course, is the next step may be 100 terminals without a person on the floor or something like that. But if I may kind of expand on this, let's look at the customer's experience as he walks in the door. You walk in the door of one of the locations, you sit down, you see horse racing, you want to place a wager on that. Well, then you have to get a hold of the call center. You have to get signed up. It may take 3 or 4 days to get that handled, or a day. However, that's not required. You can walk over and play one of the historic racing machines, or if you're walking in, you can play a skill-based amusement game. Just walk up and start playing without signing up. So, while maybe it's not our job to be concerned about the customer experience, it's more the customer safety. Obviously, I just see some of those scenarios working out, whether it's a test market or it's an approval with a sunset. Maybe that's an opportunity for the commission to be able to have a stop point. And it is a concern. It's a big change from what we've had in the past. And, over the years, we've had a lot of discussion. We've had working groups that some of you have been involved with historic racing, and wanting to make sure that customer experience. In the previous administration, it was a real concern of the governor's office to make sure there was sufficient signage so people understood and knew and was communicated to them that these were historic racing terminals, and they can be handicapped, or you can hit the button and just play them as a quick fix, so to speak. Again, with similar things like that, this commission has always, and the operators too, and we're very fortunate. The operators have all been very concerned, having good people that can explain when they have a problem on a terminal, and do that. So again, we're making a step in another direction. Now maybe technology and everything is racing forward, and maybe we've got it covered with new technology. I'm not sure, but it is a concern. And when we had concerns initially with calibrated machines, with problems with machines, the industry, again, raced forward with a correction. And the correction was at that point, when we had a lot of machines down, we had them that weren't calibrated properly, at times, was to make sure they had plenty of staffing and had very educated staff that could address those problems immediately. And that was their recommendation, and their fix to that problem. And the vendors worked diligently on the terminals to upgrade those terminals to where we have quite a bit less calibration issues. And I'll be honest, we have told our staff when they're going in and checking the locations with COVID, to not address the calibration as often as we did in the past. It's been a precaution I've put in place for my employees. And so, is it a concern? Yes. Has Wyoming Downs provided all of the information necessary? Have we had good dialogue with them through this? And has it been open and transparent? Yes to all of those.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. I appreciate that.
Sorry about that. To get
President Davis, if I can make a
Walters with a question.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, President Davis. And just food for thought to that previous question. The legislature did take up mobile sports wagering in last session, and it was defeated in the House. So as to the question about what the legislative thought was, that was at least, while slightly different, the mobile wagering on sports was considered and defeated.
Okay, thank you.
President Davis, President Davis, this is Eric Nelson with Wyoming Downs. Can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Eric.
Several we go to the county commissions, and we went to the county commission, and they approved it overwhelming. We are in the legislative hearings, and I heard it loud and clear, because many of them asked, was part of with the skill game approval is, Eric, why don't you guys offer these to bars? And the bars said the same thing. We would like the opportunity to participate in historic racing on it. So we devised the plan. It's cost us a lot of money to make sure we're in full compliance legally. We're in full compliance legislatively. ADWs have been around for years. That's totally different than sports wagering that was declined at the legislation level. We currently hold an ADW license, and that's what FastBet's all about. It's about technology. It's safe and it's free. It's germ-free. You're holding your own your phone. You're making your own wager. You're in full control as the betting public. So it's the safest issues that we can have, where there's no mistakes made and every penny is accounted for. Hopefully that answered the question.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric.
Charlie, has this been vended by Mike or Rebecca?
Mike, President Davis, Mr. Taylor, Rebecca, I know you've reviewed this somewhat. Do you have any comments?
Mr. President, commissioners, yes, we have reviewed it, and rather than give privileged legal advice in an open meeting, appropriate to go into executive session if you have legal questions.
Okay, what did he say, Charlie?
President Davis,
was this a simple yes or no?
Well, he has reviewed the products. He has reviewed the documents, but he is not going to give legal advice out of executive session.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, this is Troy.
Yes, Troy.
I guess to clarify your question, does the proposal comply with the law at the moment?
Charlie.
Is that excuse me, President Davis, is that a question for me? Or is that one for Mr. Taylor?
Anybody who knows the answer.
Mr. President, Commissioner Broussard, it may be appropriate to go into executive session.
At this moment, I'd like to move that we go into executive session for legal clarification.
Is there a second?
Line and I second.
Okay.
I second.
Been moved and seconded, Charlie, at 11:37.
Well, hang on. We will be going into executive session pursuant to.
Oh yeah.
Help me out. Let me get to the right page.
Right back here at the beginning.
Pursuant to 16.4.405A, Roman numeral 9, I believe. Is that correct?
I believe you're right.
Mr. Taylor or Rebecca?
Mr. President, Director Moore, yes, that's correct, and we will need a vote.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. I guess it's up to Nick now to work his magic.
Okay, this will just take a second this way. Yes, I did.
We haven't even hit one horse.
Well, I should have had 2 donuts, Charlie.
I was thinking of 3.
President Davis, everybody's back in.
Okay, at this time, I'd entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
President Davis, this is Chief, Commissioner Kerr. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Come out of executive session at 12:18 p.m.
Vote.
Charlie.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay? Hearing none, the motion passes. We are back in regular session, commissioners.
At this time, what we're discussing is the mini OTB sites. Is there a motion at this time?
I have a question before I make a motion, or before someone, if I can. So looking at the proposal.
Uh-oh, you muted yourself, Troy.
There's at least one site that wasn't handicap accessible, or at least at the time. Was there another site that had a deficit, Charlie?
I believe that was the only one, Vice President Broussard. That is the only one.
Well, I would like to make a motion, and that is the Trapper. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, the Fort Restaurant and Bar is the one that is not handicap accessible.
Sorry about that. I'm looking through papers here, but I would like to make a motion to approve the 4 sites, with the exception of that one.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Sherry. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Well, we need to discuss it, don't we?
Well, we need to have the vote, see if we're all in favor. All in favor, aye?
No, we need to have discussion about whether we're in favor or not.
Yeah. Well, we've moved and seconded.
Okay.
Now we
You're
have.
right. You're right. Discussion. Go ahead, Troy.
Thank you. So just a general statement before to Eric or to Rick or to Wyoming Horse Racing. Are you on the line? Eric?
Eric Nelson is Troy, yes.
So I think universally in the commission, everyone is concerned about the lack of a manned facility. That's just, I don't want to speak for everybody, but my general feeling is that that is a concern. And it then leads to the concern that underage people will be slipping in. And that's a major concern to us. And going forward, I think it's on our and the commission's interest to ensure that that doesn't happen. And if it does, then there'll be some, you understand that there'll be some pretty major repercussions. Is that right, Eric? Do you understand that?
Yes, and President Davis, Commissioner Troy, just so everyone understands, I'm not only held at one standard, I want to be held at a higher standard. I've been licensed for over 40 years. Many jurisdictions throughout the United States never have had any issues that we didn't resolve immediately. So yes, we take it highly and very important to make sure that we're in compliance with the age and where we put these facilities. You're not going to see us putting them in laundromats. You're going to put them in locations that have restricted licenses, and those are liquor licenses or other licenses as the bingo folks have. And I'd like to remind all the commissioners too, or make a comment, that these bar owners have a stake too, because if they're in violation of that, they could lose their liquor license. And so they'll have eyes on those machines. They understand that they'll lose those machines if they're not in full compliance, and so do we.
President Davis, one more quick question for Eric.
Okay.
Eric, could you elaborate a little bit on the mechanism by which the machines are shut down if they malfunction?
I'm going to defer that to Rick. It's an automatic shutdown system, but Rick Cook, could you comment on the function of that? Is Rick still with us?
I'm with you, Eric. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rick.
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Commissioners, the system can be, each game can be shut down remotely. So if there is a malfunction, it's a simple matter of a phone call to our hub, and they'll shut that game down, so it can't be played.
Mr. President, this is Danny.
Go ahead, Danny.
you know, and this question is to Rick and or Eric, I think Rick. And you said with a phone call that a machine can be shut down, but without a person there that is strictly monitoring those machines, that raises a concern for me. Can you explain further how that oversight will take place?
Well, obviously the machines can't shut themselves down. They don't know if they've malfunctioned. So it will take intervention from an outside individual to make that notification to be shut down. So that would have to occur through a phone call from the person on duty at the bar. The bartender presumably would call the route operator.
I think we lost you, Rick.
We're losing the signal.
Hello?
Okay.
Oh, there you're back again, Rick. Can you rephrase that again?
I have to stand on one foot here. Yeah, I was saying the machines are not, they cannot shut themselves down automatically, obviously. So there has to be intervention from a person, and that person would be the bartender on duty calling the route manager. The route manager would in turn call the hub to shut the game down.
So that person, that bartender, for lack of better word, would be educated enough to make that call, Rick, or how would you handle that education?
Well, there is error codes that occur at the machine. So in the event of a malfunction, it's going to be a jam, or the machine basically goes into a lockup mode and it doesn't work, right? At that point, the customer notifies someone on staff. In this case, it would be the bartender, and the bartender would relay that information.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I have a question for Eric.
Go ahead, Commissioner Berry.
Eric, if the commission were to require a licensed individual at each one of these smaller locations, someone that's ultimately responsible, is that a deal breaker?
President Davis, commissioners, and Director Charlie, actually, we don't have a problem in educating and employing the bar owner and all their employees. If they're going to participate, we do go through extensive training for them on how things work and the back of the house and how those operations work. So the answer would be no, as far as if we're allowed to license the individuals that are there. They have a stake in this game. They make money on it, and they can lose their license if they're not in full compliance. And then meaning the license on their liquor license and their business. So that's the way we would resolve that. And furthermore, just so we're not giving everybody heartache, this is very standard throughout the United States, route operations. And so we've modeled it in that fashion to take in all the safeguards that are required. But we would license if it is requested. We'd have every individual licensed in the facility if necessary.
President Davis. Representative Walters.
Go ahead.
Representative Walters, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for Eric, trying to fully understand the operation of these games. There's a terminal that will be placed in the establishment, but to bet on that terminal, you will have to have a fast bet application on your phone. And so then you will have a geo-fenced region around that terminal that you will be allowed to play within. I guess throughout these discussions, it seems like we have discussed two different things, a terminal and the fast bet application. And so I'm trying to put the two of those together.
President Davis, commissioners, Representative Walters, the answer, hopefully I can clear that up, is there are two different systems. The historic race machines are a highly technical machine that, has a lot of safety issues in it. The other portion of a requirement from the commission is to have pari-mutuel wagering at the facilities. The way we do the pari-mutuel wagering is through FastBet. That's the same system that we've used for 5 years at the racetrack. It's worked very well. We've had no problems with it. And the geofencing is only for the FastBet, and it's only for that location, which is, very standard procedure.
Follow up, if I may.
Go ahead.
So the geofencing on the FastBet will be to the location, not to the terminal itself. Is that correct?
That's correct. What we're trying to do, President Davis, Eric Nelson again, is to enhance the simulcasting for horse racing. And this allows bar patrons that would normally not be involved in the simulcasting horse racing side of it. They can sit at the bar there, watch the race, and wager on their favorite races if they so elect. So it should be a real big boost for the simulcasting industry and the horse racing business.
Follow up, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Again, Mr. Nelson, thank you for your time in answering these questions as I try to better educate myself. So then if they can sit at the bar and it's geofenced to the location, not to the terminal, would they not be able to sit 2/3 of the way across the restaurant? And thus, people that are under 18 would be able to participate sitting with their parents, sitting with their 18-year-old high school friend, and they're only 16 or 17, and create an issue with age restrictions.
The President Davis, if I could comment again, Eric Nelson, the system itself, FastBet, is we register those participants, meaning they have to provide ID, social security numbers, go into our database, and have a special code and account number to get into that system. That system has worked throughout the United States very safely in the locations that have had it. There has not been large or any not any, but large outcry from young people wagering on horse racing through their mobile devices, through FastBet or MBet or any of the other ADW sites. So it's the same system that is designed to keep your banking information safe on your phone. This system is designed the same way. You got to be 21 or older. You actually could be 18, but our restrictions are we like to do it at 21 or over. Did that answer that question?
If I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I have complete confidence in the system and getting it to the right age. The issue that I'm trying to understand is these terminals are required to be located where it's age restricted to 21 years of age. And yet if you are geofenced to the location, someone can sit anywhere in that bar with their friends while the high school kid is 18 and has or 21 and has a 19 or 20-year-old friend. They are now able to sit at a table away from a terminal to where it makes it difficult for that bartender, bar owner, or one of your staff members to really understand what they are doing on their mobile device, as long as they are doing it somewhere within that establishment. And so that is where my concern comes, is the use of that FastBet. I think the terminals probably work, and I fully believe in the FastBet technology and making sure those people are of age. It's their friends sitting next to them that is now not able to be monitored as it can in your existing facilities.
Representative
President Davis.
One moment, please.
President Davis.
Go ahead, Eric.
President Davis, this is Eric now, so if I could comment. FastBet Mobile, basically at the racetrack, you have your phone, you're sitting with your family, underage people, you're drinking alcohol, your children are next to you. It's illegal for anyone under 18 to participate in it. And so we take those safeguards. We watch the betting handle, the volume. We know our players. We have cameras that are in the facility, not so much on the FastBet side of it, but that's a human course of that. You have a responsibility as an 18-year-old or older not to break the law. And we try to do the best we to enforce it, but it's just like alcohol. Most bars don't let kids in the bars, but if they do, they're not allowed to drink the alcohol. And if their parents are breaking the law and the bar is caught in that violation, they may lose their license. That's the same goes with the fast bet technology.
Representative Walters, another
Thank you.
question?
Thank you.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Randy.
We're considering the 4 locations.
That's the motion on the floor.
Right, excluding the fort. The troopers have a bingo parlor. They have no liquor license. They don't serve liquor in there. So they have less to lose than the other locations. Plus, they do, and admittedly so, allow underage people in there. And they don't have anybody carding underage people. And this isn't a question for Eric or Rick or anybody else. I just have real heartburn in all these locations that there isn't a dedicated employee of the operator keeping an eye on these machines while they're in operation. I just have real heartburn with that.
President Davis, if Eric else, if I could respond again.
Go
I think
ahead,
it's
Eric.
important that we allow people to have their liberties, to have the freedom to make wagers, and have the freedom that the bar owners, the bingo parlors that desperately need the revenue to continue their good work in the charity work that they do for the young people there at that bingo parlor. They'll have to police that in order to maintain these games. If there's any violations, we'll pull those games out and we'll remove them. So that's the solution. If the individuals aren't capable of maintaining the integrity of the racing industry and the gaming industry, then we pull the terminals. So hopefully, Randy, these people are good people. They understand the law, and they're law-abiding citizens, and they understand that they'll lose those terminals, and we'd be fined dearly if it's in violations that were, if we were found to be guilty of.
Any other questions?
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Commissioner
I'd
Barry.
like to ask Randy if we did amend the motion to require pari-mutuel commission licensed employees in all of these locations, would that would satisfy my concerns? Would it satisfy yours?
Yes, I believe it would.
That would be my only suggestion then, would be to maybe amend Troy's motion to require that these locations have pari-mutuel commission licensed individuals present when these games are in operation.
I have no objection to the amendment.
So, Charlie, could you read the proposal here, the motion?
Yes, and President Davis, could I ask one question, please?
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Nelson, how many states offer Fast Bet Mobile in the OTB situations currently?
All of our OTBs will have the capability to do fast bet in the next 30 days. And so we'll be having, in the next 30 days, we'll have clients that can wager on their mobile device in every one of our OTBs. Was that the question, Charlie? I'm sorry.
No, it was not. How many, and I need to maybe rephrase it, how many other states have been utilizing Fast Bet Mobile in the OTB situations?
Well, President Davis, if I could, Eric Nelson again. Well, that's a good question. And I think because I know the industry so well, because I know the background of how wagering happens in all facets, being born and raised in Las Vegas and owning multiple casinos and being involved with the racing industry for many years. There's an ADW right now sitting in your wherever you're located right now, you could go to IdaBet and wager. So this is happening all throughout the states in people's homes. We're only doing it currently in locations where we're approved to do it. You could do this right now, not maybe on FastBet, but on a different title called IdaBet or many others throughout the United States. Virtually everywhere in the United States that gaming is allowed, you can have the FastBet technology at your fingertips, or the name or a namesake similar to it. So hundreds and thousands of locations right now currently use something similar to FastBet throughout America.
Does that answer your question, Charlie?
No. FastBet Mobile, is it in any other state being utilized in an OTB situation other than live racing?
Well, my answer would be yes. I can't name the specific locations, but again, virtually every major racetrack has FastBet, or their OTBs have FastBet technology in them.
President Davis, the motion that we have on the floor, as you'd asked me, is to approve the 4 locations, which would be Taylor's Sports Bar and Spirits here in Casper, Wyoming, Troopers Bingo in Casper, Wyoming. Excuse me, I can go back. Taylor's Sports Bar and Spirits, 37 Curtis Street, Evansville, Wyoming. Troopers Bingo at 1801 East Street, Casper, Wyoming. The Hangar, which is at 1410 Prairie Lane, Bar None, Wyoming. And 30 in Sunrise Lanes, which is at 4370 South Poplar Street in Casper, Wyoming. The amendment to it was to require a Wyoming Downs employee to be on site at all times. The friendly amendment.
Is that correct, Troy?
So the amendment was a pari-mutuel licensed employee somewhere on the premises?
A Wyoming Downs licensed employee.
No, I didn't. I thought.
No, it was a pari-mutuel commission licensed employee.
Gaming commission, whatever you want to call us.
Yeah, whatever we are.
Yeah.
Charlie, is that the same?
So are you saying that we have to have an employee in there?
No, we have to have a pari-mutuel or a gaming commission licensed employee, just like we do in the standalone OTBs.
So then in this specific situation, it would be a licensed employee of Wyoming Downs in each one of the locations.
That's not what I heard. My understanding that even if it's the employee of the bar, they'd have to be a licensed, a gaming commission licensed person. Is that
correct? That was my intention.
We're not demanding that Eric hire somebody. We're just requesting that whoever's on duty, the bar or whatnot, has a gaming commission license and has had a background check according to our rules.
Yes, that was my intent.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Line, and I was the one who agreed to it. The thing about it is that they don't have to be a gaming commission employee. They don't have to be a Wyoming Downs employee, but there has to be a gaming commission licensed person on site at all times when those machines are operable.
That's how I understood it.
That's how I intended it.
Okay. And that's what I have written down. I don't know how that would play into as far as our licensing categories. We have mutual employees, but they've always in the past been considered to be employees of the permittee. And so it almost appears like we're pushing the licensing off to another individual.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand, why a different individual would be responsible for a machine belonging to the permittee?
Well, in a sense, he is, because the patron is going to go to the bartender to ask for assistance. And I think that's sort of our pull it out of the air fix to make sure those folks are licensed and maybe even trained. I hope that's kind of the request, if we can request it.
But my point being is we don't have a permittee. That the permittee is responsible for the machines. Is that not correct? And what we're asking for here is someone that's outside that permittees, which would be a different permit that Brandy would have to exercise. Am I reading that correct, Charlie?
I'm trying to follow it, but I believe that is correct, what you just said. But I could stand for correction there.
So we're asking for oversight of the bar and oversight of the machines from a third party. If that simplifies it.
Yes, that it would be correct.
Is that the intent of the motion?
Well, the intent that I had was to make certain that a gaming commission licensed individual be present when the machines are operating, whether that's whether Eugene pays them or whether the bar pays them. I don't think that makes a lot of difference, but I think my concern with all of this was that there needed to be someone there that was ultimately responsible.
I don't believe that the OTBs that exist right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, that there is a licensed gaming commission person involved in those, are there? Other than the permittees themselves?
President Davis, in the current OTB structure that we have, Wyoming Horse Racing, Wyoming Downs, and presumably 307 Horse Racing has several employees that are licensed on the premises. We're in there routinely doing inspections.
Right. So they
But
are
the license.
they're employees of the permittees.
Correct. That is correct.
And what we're asking for in this motion is a third party. Is that correct, Commissioner Barry?
Not necessarily. They could be Eric's employees and an employee of the bar. Eric could pay the bartender or have a business agreement with the owner of the bar to make certain that there is someone there that's ultimately responsible. And Eric just said a little while ago that requiring that was not a deal breaker for him.
Okay. Well,
President Davis, a quick question for Director Moore. So the way I understand our licensing structure is we don't have the ability to license one individual person, that the licensees generally, or they fall underneath the permittees, kind of like an umbrella. And so is that what we're looking at, is they would have to be an employee of the permittee to fall under that umbrella?
I believe that's the intent.
And Brandy may want to jump in and respond to that. In live racing, go ahead, Brandy.
President Davis, Commissioners, so on Chapter 7 that we follow the licensing rules under, we have specific license categories that are categorized under each permittee or what we allow. At this point, we don't have anything in the rule that this would fit under. Most of them would be like permittee employees. or mutual employees as such, but as in the rule right now, we don't have anything that this would fit under in our rule.
President Davis, this is Eric Nelson, if I can make a comment.
Go ahead, Eric.
Well, I think the intent, of course, is to have everyone or anyone who's participating with the machines at the bar would be licensed at the pure mutual. I'm sure an agreement could be reached between the bartender or the owner of the facility and myself to designate that we have a situation where they pay the individual, or I pay the individual, or at the same time if there's any misconduct, that individual would have to be fired, or we'd have to remove our terminals. So we're kind of like the cat or the egg and the chicken situation here, but I would assure that we can have everyone licensed. We would train them. They would know their job, and we would have a situation where we are responsible, needless to say, because of our license with the commission itself, and the bartender is licensed, and he has a duty to the commission, because he'll be licensed, and his liquor license, and losing the revenue if we can't be in compliance. So I would say that if we license the individual through Wyoming Downs, that I'm happy to do that and work out an arrangement with the bar that's legal, that what they pay them, but we have equal responsibility when it comes to the licensing of the individuals.
Commissioner Barry, does that meet what your proposal is?
Absolutely. In every
President
way.
Davis, this is Brandy. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, Brandy.
Yeah, so if it was that case, then we have the rules in place for that, which would be to license them as a permittee employee, which we could do right now for the $15, and it would cover them under that.
And that would meet the intent of the motion. Is that correct?
I believe as far as on our side, the commission staff side, it would.
Okay. Commissioner Lyman and Commissioner Barry, does that meet the intent of your motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Charlie, can you put that in a form? Charlie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying, Sherry Daigle has been trying to get back in, and I've been trying to communicate with her and get her back online. We did lose her. If you could give me just a minute to make sure that she is back on.
I see her.
Charlie, I got back in. Thank you so much, whoever.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Troy, does that meet your intent of your motion since you started this? You're mute. Thumbs up.
I'm shaking my head. Yeah, I'm comfortable.
President Davis, the motion would be specifically to approve Taylor's Sports Bar and Spirits, Troopers Bingo, the Hangar, and Sunrise Lanes, subject to an employee on staff at all times, or excuse me, a licensed individual that would be on premises at all times, responsible for the games. Is that the way everybody understands it?
Thumbs up, everybody?
Or
Yes.
generally?
Okay, it looks like we got all thumbs up.
Do we need to specifically put in there licensed individual of the permittee?
Did you get that, Charlie?
I'm having a real hard time hearing Brandy, even though she's just about 20 feet away in the other office.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So do we need to put subject as a licensed individual by the permittee?
We want to make it crystal clear.
They would be licensed by the Gaming Commission under the permittee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioners?
Works for me.
I'm good with it.
Hmm.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? At this time, Charlie, I believe we need a roll call vote.
Okay, Vice President Broussard,
Yes.
Commissioner Glick,
Aye.
Commissioner Daigle,
Aye.
Commissioner Barry,
Aye.
Commissioner Leinen,
No.
Commissioner Kura,
Aye.
Commissioner Pacheco,
Aye.
Commissioner Wildcat,
Aye.
and President Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries. Like all OTB locations, this will be subject to final inspection by the commission as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Eric. With that, Charlie, let's try item 8.
Point,
Oh,
President
Sherry?
Davis,
Go
do
ahead.
we have to do, I may have missed this when I was kicked out, but do we have to do anything with the other request that was not part of that motion?
Good point. Charlie, do we need to put a denial in at the fort? Or how would you like to handle that?
Well, it's up to you folks. Would you like to do it that way? Deny the fort at this point because it's not handicapped accessible?
I guess we need to have a reason for the denial for that application.
And it's being denied, and it would be denied because the location is not handicapped accessible.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion. Sherry? Would you make that motion?
Yeah, sure, President Davis. I would move denial of the, what one? I forget the name of the other one.
Fort Restaurant.
Thank you, Fort Restaurant, because of the inaccessibility to the terminals by ADA requirements.
This is Jenny, and I second that.
Thank you, Jenny. Discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carried, Charlie. Thank you, Cheryl. Sherry, for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
At this time, shall we proceed to item number 8, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC?
President Davis, do you want to take a brief break? You want to continue and blaze on? It is 1 o'clock, 12:56. What do you want to do as far as that goes?
What is the commission?
Blaze on, I gotta go.
Blaze on. One
President.
blaze, 2 blazes, 3 blazes. I guess we go forward, Charlie.
Mr. Joyce had a question.
Hey, Eugene.
Mr. President, could I request we do item 8B first and then 8A if that's possible, just because the Exacta guys have another conference call they got to jump on. And that way, if you have any questions for them, they'd be available.
I have no, yep, let's go to item 8B, Charlie.
You got me all out of whack. Number 8B, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC, a request received October 15, 2020 from Exacta Systems and Wyoming Horse Racing, updating an update consisting of 2 new wagering profiles and 8 associated game themes. A staff report, TMR 1400 and TRM 1400 and TRM 3015 were reviewed using the 18-point review method that we use. Upon completion of the review process and watching the submitted gameplay, submissions, the staff makes the following observation. It has been determined that the results of historical thoroughbred races compared against the player's selection are the only determining factor in the outcome of the player's wagers. The outcome of the game is entirely determined by the player's picks, evaluated against the results of the historic racing. The entertaining display of the game is populated deterministically using only the player's choices in the winning horses in the historic race without any intervening element of randomness. The submission is consistent with all other submissions we've received. Commissioners, you will see here the confidential review on the next pages. TMR or TRM 1400 and TRM 3015 have a commission rate of 10%. You can see shots of the screens, and I do apologize, the screenshots, but there's nothing that has an issue with us with any of the screenshots. And then towards the end, you'll see our review summary of the game themes: Fire of Horus, Lucky Cash Dash, Magic Moon Dragon, Venus Gold, Dos Lajadores, excuse me, Double Luck Panda, Music City Money, and Wild Vegas Double Luck. The rules that apply are ARCI rules. 004-105 is verified in the GLI report. There's historic horse races chosen at random, video display or animated display. It uses cash vouchers only. They did provide a GLI report for this. The outcome of a parimutuel event is deterministic, is the only determining factor. They are actually races that were previously occurred, and the opportunity for skill or judgment is applicable. The staff, if there's any questions from Exacta, Mr. Joyce has said that they are there. The staff does recommend an approval.
Do we need a motion first, Charlie, before we go into discussion?
Yeah,
Yes.
I move that we approve the games as presented.
Is there a
I'll
second?
second that.
And moved and seconded. Discussion. Any discussion? Any questions for Eugene on this?
Or Exacta?
Or Exacta? Hearing none. Call for the vote. Do we need a roll call, Charlie?
We can do a roll call vote. Vice President Broussard.
Yes.
Excuse me, yes? Thank you. Commissioner Glick.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Daigle.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Leinen.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Kura.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
Thank you. And President Davis.
Aye.
President
Motion
Davis?
carries.
Can I,
Yes, Brandy.
who seconded that?
Who seconded that?
Yes,
Commissioner Kura.
thank you.
So commissioners, moving back to item 8A, request received October 12th, 2020. Wyoming Horse Racing LLC is requesting to move from its current location in Green River, Wyoming, to a new location in Space 110 Hutton Heights Shopping Center, 110 Uinta Drive in the city of Green River, Wyoming. The new facility will offer a fully staffed OTB consisting of simulcasting and live parimutuel events and 69 historic horse racing terminals. Wyoming Horse Racing is permitted to offer live racing, simulcasting of parimutuel events and historic racing in Wyoming for 2020 and beyond, to include simulcasting of historic events and satellite locations across the state. Wyoming Horse Racing LLC is currently in good standing with the Wyoming Gaming Commission and holds county and city approvals for the requested location. Wyoming Horse Racing has submitted all the required documents necessary, and they're all in your packet, and the submitted information is accurate and provides a detailed plan. The request appears to be compliant. Staff does recommend approval. With these additional sites, I've also asked the TRPB to review these, and this does not have any effect to our current contract with TRPB. And I believe in our submissions, you should see where, and maybe it's not in here. Special Agent Steinberg, excuse me, he had contacted the Green River Police Department with no issues or concerns with Horse Racing LLC. Also, Special Agent Lara Mendy was on site a week ago in that location, looking at it, reviewing it. And again, as you go down through our check off that we have here, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC has the $100,000 bond, demonstrates the experience and adequate knowledge, etc., for approval.
At this time, I would entertain a motion.
I move we approve the request.
Been moved by Commissioner Barry. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lyman seconds.
You're a little late, Randy. Dwayne got the
Okay.
second.
That's fine.
Discussion.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? Any questions for Eugene at this time on this? Hearing none. Call for the vote. Roll call, please, Charlie.
Thank you. Vice President Broussard.
Aye.
Commissioner Glick.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
Commissioner Pacheco.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Kura.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Daigle.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Lyman.
Aye.
Thank you. And President Davis.
Aye, aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Eugene. At this time, is there any other business? No more business under item 8. We're going to item 9, 307 Horse Racing LLC.
Item number 9, 307 Horse Racing LLC. Commissioners, you had received an email this morning from 307 Horse Racing LLC consisting of their concerns with the interpretation of the 100-mile rule. Commissioners, I would suggest maybe you want to go into an executive session and hear from our attorney or attorneys on this. That's up to you folks.
Do we want to do that, Charlie, or do we want to just have a motion to turn it over to the AG? What's the commission feel? Can we do either or?
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
There's a motion from Commissioner Lyman to go into executive session. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Dick, thank you. We'll go into-
Commissioners, we're going into an executive session pursuant to 16-405A-9 to seek advice from legal counsel.
At 1:07 p.m.
Thank you.
Nick, wave your magic wand. Okay.
Do you want to make sure we wait for Commissioner Kerr to get back in?
Yep, and for Commissioner Lyman to get back.
Oh, thank you.
Do we just do a roll call vote coming back out, or just want to a nay or a day?
It's either way. Troy, you could make them, or
There's Troy.
I'd like to move that we come back into general session.
Been moved. Is there a second in by Troy or seconded?
Second.
All right, seconded by Sherry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're back in session at 1:39 p.m.
thank you, President Davis. We're back in session on item 9, 307 horse racing, acknowledging that we've received their stake schedule and the letter that is in your packet, commissioners. Also acknowledging that we've received a letter yesterday afternoon regarding the 100-mile rule from 307 horse racing.
With the introduction of the stake schedule and the other letter, Charlie, is that all we need to process? Does that complete their 2021 permit?
I believe as far as the live racing, that was what was requested at the last meeting, was the stake schedule. Of course, with the OTBs, we will need floor plans, all the documentation that comes with that, camera views, and the verification of the totalizer company that they'll be using, game theme providers. And I've transferred all that information to them, and we'll once they've got it completed.
Is there anyone from 307 that would like to address the permit 2021?
Mr. President, this is Matt Kaufman with Hathaway and Coons in Cheyenne on behalf of 307 Horse Racing. I'm happy to address very briefly if you'd like.
The permit? I think we've received everything for your live racing permit. That's the question here.
That's correct, Mr. President. I believe that 307 has submitted all the information for the live event permit. We do recognize that there's still a few pieces forthcoming for the simulcast permit, and we're working on that as well.
Is there any questions from the commission for you? For Matt, commissioners? Okay, we thank you. And then we received a letter addressing the 100-mile issue. Are there any questions on that, commissioners?
And Mr. President, I might just say for the benefit of the group, we recognize that that was just provided yesterday. It was not our intention to ram that through for discussion this meeting. We recognize the commission needs time to consult and review. So we look forward to a conversation on that in the future, but it wasn't our intention to get that on the agenda last minute.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Are there any questions from the commission for Matt?
I have none.
I have one question. This is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Randy.
I have a question for Matt, since he's the representative for 307. I know there's been a delay, and that was, kind of outlined briefly in what you said in your letter accompanying the stake schedule. Do you have, because, it takes a while for our staff to review OTB locations, et cetera, and everything else like that, and all of the other things. Do you have, I realize you said you had to get some things together. Do you have some sort of a timeline as to when you think you're going to get that information for one or more OTBs to us?
Yeah, Mr. President and Commissioner, thank you for the question. So I don't have an exact time frame for you today. I can tell you that 307 Horse Racing is working in earnest, and the realization has been had on the part of 307 Horse Racing that we absolutely intend to give the commission ample notice, the 60 days in advance, provide an opportunity for them to review. So we realize that the first of the year, target, of course, has come and gone. But just the realities of COVID and operational constraints on some of the locations we were talking with, and the pending votes in Park County and Hot Springs County, there's been a lot of variables. And so trying to be diligent and move at a diligent pace, but also at a pace that we ensure we're getting things done.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Did that answer your question, Randy?
Yeah, I just encourage them to do it as quickly as they possibly can.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Matt at this time? Is there any other business under item 9 at this time, Charlie?
No, that's.
Mr. Joyce has a question, it appears.
Ooh.
Mr. Joyce.
He's still muted.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Eugene.
Okay, so you had mentioned that 307 had sent a letter regarding the 100-mile rule, and it's been on my mind. I think the commission knows my displeasure with voting on a permit that was incomplete before them. But there's been a lot of loose talk by members of this group regarding obviating the 100-mile rule and trying to use the statute to shut down the other permittees, OTVs in Sheridan and Gillette. And I would just like to know what their clear intention is. Obviously, we could do a FOIA request to get what the letter is to the commission, but they are creating a lot of dissension, a lot of tremendous concern, and uncertainty in our industry. Now, we have worked hard over the past 9 years to take an industry that was dead and build it up to the benefit of the state, the cities and counties, the horsemen, the breeders, and the operators. Them going down this road, being just granted a permit, coming in with sharp elbows and trying to harm our industry, and it would harm our industry. 30% of my revenue comes from our sites in Sheridan and Gillette. And I would tell you that I have a lot of employees that are very scared and concerned that there is a threat by a permittee that has not run one race day coming in and making threats that they're going to shut us down. It's very concerning. I would tell you that the history of off-track betting in this state is that it is not a net sum game. It is not something where a competitor comes into a market and the other competitor goes down by half. In every instance of adding another OTB, the entire market goes up. And that's how we've grown the industry. If they're going to go down this road, the horsemen need to know that it could affect to the detriment of myself and Wyoming Downs, that we would lose 30% of our purse money because those operations would be shut down. And I wasn't thrilled with these guys with the underhanded way they kind of stole the dates in Gillette, but that's for another day. I'm a big guy. I'm a big man. I understand that's business, okay? But when I start getting phone calls from employees hearing about conversations that these people had with horsemen and other people saying that they're coming in to try to tear down this industry, then you know something, you're going to get on the fighting side of me. So I would like to hear from their attorney what their clear intention is with the 100-mile rule. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. And with that, Charlie, I think we can, that's a discussion for another day, Eugene.
I'm asking, Mr. President, I'm asking a direct question to Matt Kaufman.
Mr. President, would you like me to respond? I'll refer to you.
I believe this is until everything, all the dust is settled. I think we have accusations going back and forth here. So at this point, I would say no, I do not want you to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we stand, ready to continue to communicate with the commission, and I assure you we're doing everything we can to discern the best way forward and the most productive way forward. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Charlie, is there anything else on our agenda?
No, that's it. That's the next meeting date will be determined. We typically do not have a December meeting, but we'll see. And I don't think there's any old business, and we can adjourn, I believe, if that's all right with you all.
As long as the commission's happy.
Oh, we have Mr. Lamb, maybe.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
This a
Frank Lamb.
looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Well, you know, it's been a little chilly up here in Wapiti, so you have to act accordingly.
Aha.
No, I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't sure if maybe I missed it, but did you approve that stake schedule just now or not for 307?
That was part of the permit. Charlie,
Okay.
Charlie, were we supposed to approve this stake schedule?
We can approve it if that's what you'd like to do, but typically in the past, it's been approved with the whole permits. Those are flexible if that's what Mr. Lamb is asking as well.
And the only reason I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, is you know, I had reached out to 307 about getting our race secretaries together about the stake schedule, and that never did happen. So if this is what it's going to be, I'm fine. I just want to let you know that, because I told you before that we would make every effort to work together with them for the stake schedule, but that didn't come to fruition. So then I would have to take this stake schedule, then give it to my racing secretary, and he's just going to have to work around it. We don't want to have conflicts. We can handle it on our end. It's going to change some of the things we would normally do, but you know, we're not going to force conflicts, because the only people that get hurt then are the horsemen trying to juggle around. It's going to be tough enough on them as it is. So we'll try and work around it. I just wanted to make sure that was what was going to happen here before we did set our dates for some of our stakes.
And commissioners or President Davis, if it simplifies everything, we can go ahead and approve that in a motion.
Okay. At that, I would entertain a motion to approve the stake schedule for Energy Downs for the 2021 race season. Is there a motion out there? Did we lose everybody? So moved? Who's so?
moved.
Okay.
What's the implications if we approve it and it conflicts? I don't have all the information I would like before we discuss it and make a motion.
We've got to have a second to go to discussion.
Yes, I would prefer that we go ahead and second it and then discuss it, and then get some more information from Mr. Lamb as to what it's going to do to his stake schedule.
I'll make the second.
All right, been moved by Randy, seconded by Dwayne. We are now open for discussion here. Troy?
President Davis,
Yes.
this is Jenny real quick. Do we typically approve a stake schedule when it's submitted?
Charlie?
Davis, Commissioner Wildcat, what typically is the stake schedules are with the applications when we get them. We got this one after the fact, so when we're approving the application, it is part of that application. Now, at different times, we've had to make adjustments to stake schedules, whether it's canceling race days, or, you know, as we had this last year, we had a lot of changes on race days. So it's not an uncommon thing to have to do it. If a motion is to approve this today, and the operators come back with if all of them work together with a kind of a global stake schedule, then we're able to go ahead and reapprove that again.
Thank you.
President Davis, is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead,
I
Randy.
understand. I'd probably like to have some comments from Mr. Lamb, because the 307 racing schedule, the racing season, it overlaps with Wyoming Downs racing season down in Evanston, and it will affect them more than anyone else. And you know, the end of the stake schedule for 307 is going to overlap with the beginning of Mr. Lamb's season. Will this? I guess my question to Frank: are you going to be able to have as many stakes races as you thought you were going to have because of this schedule, or is it going to cut back on you?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Leinen, it's not going to make us cut back. It's going to make us adjust a little bit. Because all of their stakes races are on the dates that we're running. None of their stakes races are in the first 3 weeks when we're not running. And I don't understand that, but that's okay. I mean, they need to do whatever they need to do. So, so we'll just have to make some adjustments. Like I said, if we don't, it's just the horsemen that get hurt trying to shuffle around and meet all the requirements. So, or meet all the requirements. So in answer to your question, we can make it work. I'm a little disappointed is all that we didn't have any conversation about it ahead of time, but, and I hate to see the commission put in a tough spot, and I'm not trying to do that at all. But I just want to make you aware that we're going to have to make some adjustments on our end to make this work, and we will. We'll do it, and we'll make it work, and for the betterment of everybody.
I have a question for you, Frank. Have you submitted your stakes races yet, so we can see where the conflict exists?
We have, but we didn't have dates on them, and Charlie's got our entire stake schedule, but we did not put dates on them. And that's customary how we do it initially, because we want to make sure we get the dates we're asking for, number one. And so all of the races, all of the stakes races that we'll be running, you have, and it's just pretty much the same as what we've done in the past. And like I said, normally we'd run the Wyoming bred Futurity and Derby early on in our race meet. Well, with the finals scheduled for those at Gillette on the 26th and 27th of June, which is, a couple weeks into our race meet, we'll have to move those back somewhat. But, in order for those guys to run in both places, run the same horses in both places. But actually, that might not be too bad of a deal. I still have a problem with running these 2-year-olds too much anyway. I think the bigger picture is we do that. We run these babies too much, which is a whole other story. But anyway, in answer to your question, yeah, we'll have to move what we normally would do around a little bit. And I talked to our racing secretary, and he's pretty adept at these kinds of things, and he says we can make it work. So I trust in him.
Thank you, Frank.
President Davis.
President Davis.
Go ahead, first one.
Go ahead, Randy.
Okay, I want to commend Frank for being so understanding in this, and I also want to go ahead and commend both Wyoming Horse Racing and Wyoming Downs for, they've had their issues in the past, but over the last several years, they seem to work very well together. And I certainly hope that with a new player entering the game, that they don't, and this is a comment on what Mr. Joyce said, that they don't stir a pot that doesn't need to be stirred. We all do better if we all work together.
Thank you.
President Davis, I have a question. I have 2 things I want to add. First off is I would like to hear from 307 Horse Racing to understand why they put their stakes at the end of their meet instead of more at the beginning where there wouldn't be a conflict. It was my understanding that we were all going to work together on this for the betterment of the horsemen. So I kind of want to know why they didn't reach out to Wyoming Downs.
Would that be a question for Matt? Is Matt still out there?
Mr. President, I am here.
Could you handle that question, Matt?
Mr. President, unfortunately, I really can't. I would need one of the folks from 307 Horse Racing to respond. What I can tell you is I certainly can tell you there's been no intention to stir the pot or do anything hard. It's just been a clunky process without.
I'm on the phone.
Full information, And the other issue is, of course, 307 has felt a little, I guess, for lack of a better term, unable to meaningfully participate in some of these discussions until we are fully permitted and licensed. And so that's left us in a little bit of limbo in terms of knowing when and where to exert, ourselves in this early process. So I'm happy to circle back with 307 and initiate a conversation on that.
Who's trying to get on? Thank you, Matt. Is there somebody
This is Randy Greer, 307 Horse Racing. Hopefully I can answer some of your questions.
Okay, Commissioner Randy, can you start with a question for Randy, 307?
Yes. Yes, sir. President Bob Davis, is this you?
Yes. Randy Kolkiska has a question on your stake schedule.
I heard that question. I'll try to answer that.
Perfect.
First of all, we were trying to stay away from Miles City and help them out, and a lot of the people didn't want to run because we're the first meet of the season. Their babies weren't ready early in the season. We are going to have stakes races at the beginning of our meet, overnight stakes races, according to how many horses we have on the ground and what horses we have on the ground. Fillies and mares. All kinds of different stakes races at 89 and under, maybe even a maiden stakes, according to what horses show up. So we are planning on having stakes races early. We plan on having a stakes race every weekend. But we were going to wait to see who we had on the ground and how many horses to ride them then. And the babies, everybody knows early in the year, it's hard to get ready, and we're just trying to give them more time, whether it's a thoroughbred baby or a quarter horse, to get gait broke better, to run better, straighter, for the safety of the horses and the riders.
So
if that helps you guys out.
If I'm hearing you correctly, Randy, then this stake schedule that you submitted is really not your stake schedule. Is that correct?
That is a stake schedule for the one I have wrote, yes, but we're having overnight stake races that we'll write according to, we'll add to that stake schedule. We'll add to it, so we'll have more than just that stake races. Like I said, according to what horses come on the ground with our secretary, we'll write stake races every weekend. So yes, we'll add to the one that we showed you guys. And our intent, and if you go way back, our intent was never to run on top of Wyoming Down. When we put in for these race dates, Wyoming Down has not been running in the month of June. We never tried to interflict with Wyoming Downs. They moved their meet up 3 weekends. We didn't go over the top of Wyoming Downs. When we scheduled according to the last 4 or 5 years when nobody run in the month of June except for Gillette. If that helps you guys out.
President Davis and commissioners, my main concern is of course, the Wyoming Bred Administrator is the Wyoming Bred Fraternities and Derbies, which these ones are, they're going to be running at each committee's facilities. And I would just like for them to, get together and talk about it for the betterment of Wyoming races. I'm not really concerned, and I don't feel we should be concerned with Montana or Idaho or Utah races. We're trying to build a product here in Wyoming, and I just want to urge everybody that that's our main goal here in Wyoming, is for our horseman that comes here. I think it is going to be a little bit tricky with overlapping dates, to be honest, with jockeys and quite frankly staff and different things, which we'll work through. But I just would urge everybody to eventually work together for the betterment of the horsemen, because these conflicting stake schedules are going to hurt them more than anybody else. So I just want to say that for everybody. I appreciate it.
and have on a Wyoming bred and a stallion stakes because there wasn't enough time within our own meet. So, and I know the Wyoming breds are not represented, I don't think, at Wyoming Downs. I think that's a Utah horsemen's group. But I agree with you. If the Wyoming horsemen's group represented all 3 tracks, we could really get the stake schedule thing figured out. That'd benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Are there any other comments right now on this? Charlie, we have a motion on the floor.
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I'm here.
Okay, I can't see you. I like to see the whites of your eyes. Can you restate the motion?
To accept the stake schedule for Energy Downs for the 21 season. It was moved and seconded. It was moved by Commissioner Leinen and seconded by Commissioner Pacheco.
Okay. Is there a call for the question or is there more discussion?
Call for the question.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The same? Did we have 1A or nay? You're opposed then?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm opposed also.
2 opposed? Charlie, should we go with a roll call vote then?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you.
Vice President Broussard. Vice President Broussard. Let's skip him for the time being. Commissioner Glick.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Daigle.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Barry.
Nay.
Thank you. Commissioner Leinen. Commissioner Leinen, I believe you're right. There you go. Oh,
Aye.
is that an aye? Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Kura.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
Nay.
No, thank you. Commissioner Wildcat.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Broussard, back to you. Commissioner Broussard appears he had to step away. The ayes have it without his vote.
Okay, thank you. Anything else now, Charlie? I think we've beat this one to death here.
Yes, sir.
I think we're down to a meeting in January. Would that be our next meeting date?
Yes, that is the potential next meeting.
Okay, COVID free, of course.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, with that, is there any old business? Or anything we haven't attended to?
Charlie, I have a question. Commissioner Davis, I have a question.
Go ahead.
And it's to Charlie. Whose terms are up in 2021?
I believe President Davis is up for reappointment and Commissioner Glick is termed out. And those are the only 2 coming. I believe that's correct. I will get that information and have that for you.
Thank you.
Are there any other old business? Hearing none. Meeting adjourned. What?
Yeah, I wanted to throw in, this is Tom. I would like to see us maybe look at promulgating rules for the skill games, just like we did today for the historic horse racing games. in the smaller venues.
Okay, I think I had a hard time hearing you, Commissioner Barry, but I believe you were looking at promulgating some rules for the smaller locations.
For the skill games that would put them on equal footing with the historic horse racing games. I think we're being harder on historic horse racing than we are the games of skill.
Okay.
That would be duly noted if the legislation continues. But as it sits right now, Commissioner Barry, it daylights in June. Is that correct, Charlie?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The games of skill, unless the legislation extends it, will daylight?
It will sunset, yes, and
Sunset. Yeah. Okay.
I will get in touch with you, Dr. Barry, Commissioner Barry, and we can talk about that. And, you know, I actually, absolutely.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, meeting adjourned.
At
Thank you all.
2:10, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you
all.
all. Bye.